Chapter 2297. Hundreds of stars shot towards profound literature grotto heaven. Old immortal Hua Yu's subordinates had already received the news. They were already prepared. They're here. Quickly activate the immortal formation. Bam, bam, bam. The stars collided with the immortal formation, erupting with a huge force. Profound light flashed as the stars shattered into countless fragments. The immortal formation suffered the most intense attack. A large number of Gu immortals were injured and coughed out blood. A moment later, the damaged immortal formation was still standing, but there were still several stars charging towards it. Retreat. Old immortal Hua Yu ordered. Lord. No, the grotto heaven is behind us. If there is a mishap, I will not retreat. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will protect our homeland. Even though the Gu immortals were weak, their morale was high. Profound literature grotto heaven was originally placed in the void. It was condensed into a single point. The movement of the stars in the outside world had nothing to do with it. But now that the two heavens were mixed, there was a huge change. All the grotto heavens in the two heavens were more or less implicated. They were forced to show themselves. Right now, behind the damaged immortal formation was profound literature grotto heaven's immortal aperture entrance. Even though the entrance was closed, it was exposed and could not disappear. Old immortal Hua Yu immediately shouted, I have my methods, don't hesitate, otherwise, you will lose your life for nothing. The immortals were silent. They quickly disassembled the immortal formation and left, entering profound literature grotto heaven. They believed in old immortal Hua Yu. They're here. Old immortal Hua Yu was alone. He looked at the incoming stars with a grim expression. Immortal killer move. Cold words. Immortal killer move. Idle gossip. The first move emitted a cold frost that caused the stars' speed to decrease. The second move sliced the stars, causing them to shatter. However, the large star fragments still had a huge impact force. Go all out. Old immortal Hua Yu shouted furiously, disregarding his life. He used his methods to block all of these star fragments. Guh. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. His body was covered in injuries. Star path light shined from him. With the fusion of the two heavens, the stars were affected by the heavenly Tao. They were extremely chaotic, but they were also strengthened and had great power. Even old immortal Hua Yu, who had rank 8 cultivation level, could barely resist it. Just as old immortal Hua Yu was about to turn around, he suddenly turned around and saw another wave of stars flying over. If these stars were to reach profound literature grotto heaven, the consequences would be unimaginable. His pupils constricted and his expression stiffened before relaxing again. He was prepared for this. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to block this wave. But at this moment, Jun Shengguang suddenly appeared. The sky curtain. As he flew, he waved his hand and quickly set up a canopy in front of the planet. The stars crashed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble violently, forming huge, transparent waves. It is celestial quartz Gu immortal Jun Shengguang. Old immortal Hua Yu was stunned. It's the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's old immortal Hua Yu. Jun Shengguang was also slightly taken aback and immediately became worried. This was a crucial moment. If old immortal Hua Yu took action, the sky screen would probably be destroyed again. However, what worried Jun Shengguang did not happen in the end. An unbearable amount of time passed, but old immortal Hua Yu did not do anything. He watched as Jun Shengguang closed the sky curtain and enveloped all of the stars. Eventually, Jun Shengguang took a deep look at old immortal Hua Yu before dragging the huge bag of sky curtain and leaving with the stars. His immortal aperture's entrance opened. Old immortal Hua Yu entered the grotto heaven with a complex mood. He had actually managed to survive because of celestial court. Looking down at the whole of profound literature grotto heaven, there were calamities everywhere. There were earthquakes and floods. The thick smoke from volcanic eruptions covered the sky, and the acid rain had already lasted for dozens of days. The two heavens have fused. The heavenly Tao is in turmoil. Providence is in chaos, and our two heavens grotto heavens are all heaven vein nodes. We are also facing calamity. Lives are in chaos. Countless people are crying in sorrow. Sigh, I feel guilty. Old immortal Huayu sighed deeply. He was filled with self-blame, helplessness, anger, and other complex emotions. The Gu immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens had deep feelings for their own grotto heavens. This was different from the Gu immortals of the five regions. The Gu immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens were ostracized by the five regions. They could only survive in the two heavens that were filled with danger. Most of them cultivated in seclusion. They viewed their grotto heavens as the world's final, warmest, and most stable pure land and home. Among these grotto heavens, there was a unique imperial court system. It was a unified Gu immortal force. Profound literature grotto heaven had the deepest feelings towards its home. The immortals came to greet old immortal Huayu. That was a close shave. We should ask for reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. The two heavens are fusing. The environment is so dangerous. Eastern Seas Gu immortals live like princes. Why would they take the risk? Sigh, it is not impossible to ask for reinforcements. It is just that the price is too high. The entire Imperial Court's foundation is about to be emptied. Skeleton Grotto Heaven and others are asking for reinforcements at all costs. This is a vicious competition. Eastern Seas Gu immortals are raising the price. Damn it. Sigh, Lord Alliance Leader is not doing anything. Great Love Immortal Venerable is busy refining Dao marks or making arrangements in Western Desert. Why would he care about the small matters of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven? Our Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is going to be devoured by him anyway. Old Immortal Huayu's expression turned solemn. He shouted, "Shut up! How can you criticize Lord Alliance Leader like this?" Even though he said that, Old Immortal Huayu's mind flashed with the scene earlier, especially Jun Shanguang's final glance. Longevity Heaven. Waves of golden radiance vibrated. Hold on. Hold on. Several Gu immortals of the eight extremities controlled Calamity Luck Altar, trying to stabilize the situation. The whole of Longevity Heaven was shaking intensely. The ground was shaking. Not just Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan was also controlling Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. However, the two Luck Path Immortal Gu houses could only barely maintain the situation. Rumble. With a loud sound, the ground cracked, almost splitting the whole of Longevity Heaven into two. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of waves could be heard from underground. Scarlet light pierced through the sky. A vast sea of blood appeared in front of the immortals. Longevity Heaven actually has a sea of blood of such a scale? Bing Sichuan and the rest were shocked. Celestial Court. The bright and peaceful atmosphere was already gone. Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, Princess Impatience, and other members were rushing around. Shabi 95, Ruandan, and even Qing Cho were mobilized to stabilize the situation. Heaven and earth were collapsing, forming terrifying cracks. The grand palaces had already been dismantled by the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, condensing into more than 10 immortal Gu houses of rank 6, 7, and 8. No matter what the situation was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not care. She focused on refining the wisdom path Dao marks in Celestial Court. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fong Yuan's soul was lying leisurely in the pool water. The pool water was hot. Steam lingered around it. It was like a white fog. Every once in a while, the pool water would create waves that slammed onto Fong Yuan's soul. Fong Yuan's soul originally had 100 arms and 2 heads, but after being cleansed by the pool water, most of his hundreds of arms had already disappeared. His head had also returned to its original size. This pool was not an ordinary pool. It was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. After Fong Yuan raised advanced refinement Gu to rank 9, he started to modify 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. After completing it some time ago, he started to bathe his soul. Because 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool contained rank 9 advanced refinement Gu, it was already a genuine rank 9 immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house still had 4 core immortal Gu: advanced refinement immortal Gu, water refinement immortal Gu, immortal regret Gu, and blood asset immortal Gu. Advanced refinement immortal Gu was rank 9. The other 3 immortal Gu were rank 8. Among them, blood asset immortal Gu had already reached its limit. It could not be raised to rank 9. Celestial Court's contributions in suppressing the development of Blood Path could not go unnoticed. Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu reached rank 9. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was originally created before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After Feng Yuan became a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster, he had the ability to modify it. Right now, 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool's Gu refinement power had undoubtedly risen by a large margin. Feng Yuan's soul used 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool to bathe in it. The effect was miraculous. The drawbacks of soul path cultivation were gradually decreasing. Feng Yuan cultivated soul path mainly by referring to spectral soul demon Venerable's soul path true inheritance. But this true inheritance had a huge drawback. It was already showing itself. A human soul was at most 100 million man soul. This was the limit of the race. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, and after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable innovated it, it broke through the limit of the human body and underwent a qualitative change, breaking through from 100 million man soul to desolate soul. Then 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 100 million desolate soul. 100 million desolate soul was the limit of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It could form 3,000 armed demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength, directly resisting calamities and tribulations, defying heaven and earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was the peak of soul cultivation. It was also the limit that the world could contain. But Feng Yuan gradually discovered that this cultivation method had a huge drawback. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sought too much power. It left behind many hidden dangers. A human soul was a human soul. After breaking through to desolate soul, the pure human nature had added bestial nature, or rather, it was one's nature. 100 million desolate soul was terrifying, but the human nature occupied very little of it. Instead, the natural wild nature occupied most of it. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had completely dissipated. He was first controlled by star constellation Immortal Venerable, then roamed the 2 heavens, acting according to his bestial nature. This was the manifestation of the drawback. Feng Yuan had already guessed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation. Some time ago, Shanshang had contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Feng Yuan compared the two and finally confirmed the drawback of soul path cultivation. In the past, human path had not developed. The limit of a human was 100 million man soul. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no choice but to make a breakthrough, but in fact, he had stepped onto the wrong path. Of course, there are many reasons for this. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to create Killing Path and annexed Black Heavenly Spirit, but he did not succeed, so he created Soul Path instead. The deeper meaning behind this is terrifying just by thinking about it. Chapter 2298. Intense winds and rain filled the entirety of Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was dark and gloomy. Within the intense winds, more than 10 Immortal Gu houses were moving around. Almost all of the members of Celestial Court were here to stabilize the situation. A large amount of black smoke is leaking from the northeast corner. It can corrode the ground and turn it into mud. The Immortal Graveyard is there. We need to protect it. Name Plaque Palace is heavily damaged. Requesting reinforcements. Someone help me. I can't repair this crack in time. The Gu Immortals conversed. This situation had already been going on for dozens of days. It was getting more and more intense. Celestial Court was filled with danger everywhere, and most importantly, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. It could be said to be the #1 heaven vein node in the world. During these 2 days of confusion, Celestial Court suffered the greatest impact. Originally, Celestial Court was heavily defended, but after 2 invasions, the defensive methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and the rest were either completely destroyed or had their power greatly reduced. They could no longer be used. Crack. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed across half of Celestial Court. It was blocked by 5 Deity Hall in the end. The latter suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater and rumbling dust. Such a phenomenon was the display of Celestial Court's deep foundation. Even the rank 8-5 Deity Hall could barely resist it. It was a chaotic scene. Right at this unstable situation, in central Great Hall, star constellation Immortal Venerable slowly opened her eyes. Her starry eyes were deep and profound. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through central Great Hall, instantly seeing the situation in Celestial Court. From today onwards, this is your home, little star. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable introduced the young star constellation. Where is this? Celestial Court. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable said with deep emotions. Celestial Court. Star constellation muttered this unfamiliar term. You can treat it as your home. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable stroked star constellation's head. Home. Star constellation's eyes brightened. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable looked at everything. His gaze seemed to be looking at the 5 regions, as if he could see through the future. This is naturally your home, because it is also the home of the entire human race. A scene from deep within her memories appeared in star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind before vanishing. Since when has the Celestial Court been in such a difficult situation? Master, this is our home. I will protect you until the end, and then I await your return. In the next moment, a purple radiance suddenly spread out from the central hall, and soon spread to every corner of the Celestial Court. This is... Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move? We are useless. We implicated Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? Clearly, she had completely refined all the wisdom path marks of the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. Under the illumination of the purple light, the raging wind and rain dissipated, the bombarding thunder and lightning disintegrated, and the cracks between heaven and earth quickly closed up. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were deeply shaken. This was the might of a Tao Lord. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court. Her strength here had already surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even now, when Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan joined hands to attack the Celestial Court, they would not be able to gain an advantage over Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Go. Let's go and meet Lady Star Constellation. Some immortal Gu houses landed, some floated in the air. The Gu immortals moved out and entered the central Great Hall. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already using her investigative method. This time, the effect was completely different from before. Using the huge number of wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, the investigative killer move's power rose sharply. It seems that the situation is still within our expectations. The 2 venerables are still refining natural Tao marks. Feng Yuan is limited by his immortal essence. His refinement results are the lowest. Giant Sun Immortal has the most results. He is ahead of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon stopped her investigative method. She needed to conserve her immortal essence. It was time for the Celestial Court's immortals to report the situation. With the fusion of 2 days, Celestial Court was shaken and suffered huge losses. Back then, profound literature Grotto Heaven was in danger of being attacked by the stars. Old Immortal Hua, you did not make a move against me. I managed to retrieve that batch of stars and bring them all back to Central Continent. Jun Shangguang mentioned an interesting situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Humans, the Imperial Court, poems, mountains and rivers, Feng Yuan, mermaid immortals, sovereign immortal aperture. In an instant, all sorts of information regarding old Immortal Huayu and profound literature Grotto Heaven flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. With the help of the Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only used a few hundred thoughts and a negligible amount of immortal essence to deduce the result. This profound literature Grotto Heaven has the possibility of rebelling. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could completely understand old Immortal Huayu's deep feelings towards the Grotto Heaven. Disrupting Jun Shengguang was undoubtedly a huge contribution, but old Immortal Huayu did not do so. This proved that in his heart, profound literature Grotto Heaven's status was higher than his contribution in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. And most importantly, Old immortal Hua Yu was against Feng Yuan and the variant human alliance. Thus, profound literature Grotto Heaven joined the righteous Qi alliance. But later, when Feng Yuan declared it to be great love, Eastern Sea's super forces were too disappointing and joined Feng Yuan. Profound literature Grotto Heaven was actually caught in the crossfire. As for why Feng Yuan did not devour these Grotto Heavens and end it all, it was simple. The sovereign immortal aperture was not stable. It could not hold on for much longer. Non-conflicting Tao marks was a double-edged sword. Long before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already deduced this huge threat to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan absorbed resource points crazily. He focused on Earth Path resource points in the beginning. He was likely constructing Earth Path Tao veins and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan lost a large number of Gu immortal subordinates. Later, he recruited 6 mermaid immortals and was willing to take the risk. It showed that he was lacking manpower and the sovereign immortal aperture was in danger. Thus, Feng Yuan could not devour these Grotto Heavens. He is only good at defending against wisdom path deductions. Western Desert's Feng clan's decision also affected his mental state. His lack of refinement path gains is his greatest worry. Profound literature Grotto Heaven's situation is unavoidable. Even though Feng Yuan was strong, he became venerable in refinement path, not wisdom path. His wisdom path attainment was not high in star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. The reason why Feng Yuan succeeded in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave was because star constellation Immortal Venerable focused on reviving and plotted to obtain Crazed Demon Cave's gains. While guarding against Giant Sun Immortal, Feng Yuan managed to take advantage of this loophole. Wisdom Path was not good at fighting. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had too little time to prepare. As time passed, Wisdom Path's advantage continued to accumulate. Ignoring everything else, after refining Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks, star constellation Immortal Venerable was already invincible against the 3 Venerables. But even if Feng Yuan is not skilled in Wisdom Path, his Wisdom Path methods are not something ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals can compare to. The flaw in profound literature Grotto Heaven has just been exposed. Old immortal Hua, you will definitely not report this matter. This is our Celestial Court's advantage. Once we do not grasp this opportunity and waste time, Feng Yuan will notice this. Thinking of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately sent Jun Shangguang and Qin Dingling to profound literature Grotto Heaven in secret to try to instigate old immortal Hua Yu. Since profound literature Grotto Heaven can be instigated, maybe Western Desert's Feng clan can as well? Wan Zihong's will saw this and raised her opinion. Duke Tong chuckled in disdain. Star constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head and asked Wan Zihong's will. Why do you think Wan clan did not choose to side with Feng Yuan back then? Knowing the relationship between Feng clan and Feng Yuan, why did Western Desert's super forces still agree to form an anti-Feng alliance with Feng clan before our Celestial Court showed up? Wan Zihong's will was slightly dazed. She seemed to have understood something. The fusion of the 2 heavens, the confrontation of 3 venerables, the political situation of the 5 regions was treacherous. Other than benefits and strength, there was also the human heart. The human heart was a very subtle thing. It was hard to guess at times, but also easy to distinguish at other times. Back then, the reason why the Celestial Court was established and received an extremely intense response was because of the human heart. Righteous path and demonic path. If they were only divided according to the standard of those who benefited from it, it would be somewhat superficial. The Celestial Court could recruit otherworldly demons. It could recruit demonic path Gu immortals like Wan Zihong. This could be said to be protecting the righteous path. It was a great virtue. But if the Celestial Court recruited Feng clan, it would lose the human heart. What reason did the Celestial Court use to support Wan clan? What slogan had the Celestial Court always followed? What stance did they take? If they could easily recruit Feng clan, who had joined the demonic path, then what would the Celestial Court's actions, which only cared about benefits, be like? In front of such a major issue, if the Celestial Court wavered and coveted small benefits, it would be a huge blow to its own prestige. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would hesitate because of this. Especially at this sensitive moment, Feng clan had Feng Yuan's support. Fang Yuan secretly plotted to have Fang Clan attack Wan Clan because he knew that his prestige and the human heart would not gain widespread recognition just because he proclaimed great love. Eastern Sea's super forces took the initiative to side with him because they feared his prestige. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan's transactions were mostly for the sake of benefits. Not long after, didn't Wu Yong openly transact with the Celestial Court again? If the Celestial Court did that, Fang Yuan would probably laugh his head off. This suggestion was only made by Wan Zihong's will. She was from the demonic path after all. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals did not make such a suggestion. Did they not think of it? Of course not. The righteous path has already gained the upper hand in the battle in Western Desert. The only worry is that Fang Clan is staking it all and selling all their resource points to Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She had already expected this situation. Thus, when she sent people, she chose Zhou Xiong Xin. Zhou Xiong Xin was an information path Gu immortal. He was skilled in collecting clues. Once Fang Clan abandoned everything and wandered, Zhou Xiong Xin would collect relevant clues and report them to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Evil must be eradicated. Fang Clan had to be destroyed. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks of the Celestial Court, she needed to rest and accumulate some immortal essence before moving on to the next step. In this short period of time, the threat of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is much greater than Giant Sun, Immortal, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It is time to send people to search for Fairy Myrtle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged everything clearly. Chapter 2299. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. This time, I managed to conceal it again. Just earlier, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had used an investigative killer move to probe Fang Yuan's background. Obscured heavenly secret worked again. It helped Fang Yuan conceal the truth. Heaven Path. Giant Sun Immortal did not understand Heaven Path. So be it. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deceived time and time again. She had once become one with the Tao. She influenced and even altered providence. She was actually deceived by me. Is it because Heaven Path is profound? Or is it because her revival has hidden flaws, at least in terms of Heaven Path? She did not inherit her previous life's foundation? Earlier, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's investigative ability was unprecedentedly powerful. There is a high chance that she completely refined Celestial Court's Tao marks. Fang Yuan was only guessing. He did not use any investigative methods. Fang Yuan inspected the sovereign immortal aperture. The third ring of Earth Path Tao veins had already been constructed. The Wind Path Tao veins and Fire Path Tao veins were also almost complete. Only a few more were left before the first ring of Tao veins would be completed. The Immortal Gu transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were carried out several times. They were exchanged for some resource points. The main reason was Fang Clan's contribution points. Otherwise, there would not have been such huge progress. Western Desert's Fire Path, Earth Path, and Wind Path Tao marks were outstanding, so these three paths had the most resource points. Fang Clan was forced into a desperate situation. They could only sacrifice themselves to survive. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a lot of gains, but this caused the Immortal Aperture to be in a dangerous situation. Currently, Fang Yuan had already slowed down the acquisition of Earth Path resource points. He had switched to other paths' resource points. According to his deductions, he should first construct the initial stages of each Tao vein, at least to the scale of the first ring. After that, it would have an immediate effect on the stability of the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is unstable. Abnormal situations are occurring frequently. The Gu immortals inside the Immortal Aperture are already being squeezed to the limit. Even the 6 mermaid immortals we recruited earlier are not enough. During this period of time, several Gu immortals had already gone all out. Thankfully, Fang Yuan built a healing hall. Otherwise, if the Gu immortals took too long to heal, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would collapse. In the end, Fang Yuan's main body had to personally suppress it. I need to increase the manpower of some Gu immortals. It was true that venerable ones were invincible, but the situation was rather complicated when 3 venerable ones were confronting each other. Based on the current situation, the most important task for the three venerables was to refine the natural Tao marks. However, the scale of the natural Tao marks in the world was terrifying. It would take a long time for the three venerables to completely refine them. Currently, Giant Sun Immortal was making the most progress. He was still refining Northern Plains Tao marks. The three venerables were far from reaching the stage of a decisive battle. Because Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were refined, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a stable base. Even if the other venerables joined forces, they would not be able to form a sufficient advantage. Before they had enough of an advantage, it was unwise to fight in advance. The venerables would never do such a thing. Thus, for a long period of time, the venerables needed other Gu Immortals to help them and assist them. Because of the situation, ordinary Gu Immortals had a lot of value to the venerables. This kind of value was still very great during the standoff. Even if Feng Yuan was a refinement path venerable who could refine rank 8 and below Immortal Gu at will, and could construct many Immortal Gu houses, he could not replace Gu Immortals. It was clear from the fight against Feng Yuan earlier. The true deciding factor was not the Immortal Gu houses, but Feng Gong and Wan Gu Chou. For Gu Immortal experts, once an Immortal Gu house's routine was figured out, it would be stiff and inflexible, easy to target. Be it Feng Clan's roof tile breaking killer move or Zhuo Clan's scattered sand, they could counter Immortal Gu houses. Thus, it depended on the person. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. It was good to have many Immortal Gu, but the human factor was equal to the Gu. Feng Yuan needed a large number of Gu Immortal subordinates. On one hand, when the venerables fought, it would be convenient for him to have enough subordinates, especially when he was refining natural Tao marks and could not leave. On the other hand, Feng Yuan was developing the sovereign immortal aperture. He needed a large number of Gu Immortals to suppress abnormal situations. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also needed Gu Immortals. On one hand, during the confrontation, they could help the venerables deal with some matters. For example, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was refining Celestial Quartz Tao marks, Jun Shengguang went into the two heavens to collect stars. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were trying to nurture a second venerable. With Fate Gu destroyed, it was completely possible for a new venerable to be born. As for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, because of conflicting Tao marks, they could not become a second venerable. But how could he increase the number of Gu Immortals? It was most convenient to bring in Gu Immortals from the 5 regions. But there was a huge hidden danger. On one hand, these Gu Immortals might be planted by other venerables. Feng Yuan was already taking a risk by bringing in the 6 Mermaid Immortals. If he brought in Gu Immortals from the 5 regions, Feng Yuan was more inclined to bring in variant humans. After all, variant humans stood on the opposite side of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Other than bringing in external Gu Immortals, Feng Yuan's main method was to undergo immortal ascension. He would nurture Gu Immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. This had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the Gu Immortals' loyalty could be guaranteed. The disadvantage was that nurturing Gu Immortals would take a long time. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench present thirst. But thankfully, Feng Yuan was more outstanding than the other venerables. His sovereign immortal aperture did not exclude time path, so he could easily change the flow of time. Among the venerable immortal apertures, the sovereign immortal aperture had the fastest flow of time. It was almost the fastest. In terms of nurturing Gu Immortals, Feng Yuan had accumulated many excellent candidates. He had specially revived the Gu Immortals who were sacrificed in crazed demon cave as mortals. But now that the two heavens were mixed, Providence was in chaos, Gu Immortals would lose the chance to undergo immortal ascension now. This would not do. Feng Yuan knew his own limitations. His wisdom path deductions could not compare to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and he could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal either. Thus, Feng Yuan had to make good use of this chance of natural imitation. If he missed this chance, his deductions and modifications of killer moves would fall behind the other two venerables. If he could not bring in Gu Immortals, or nurture Gu Masters into immortal ascension, what should he do? Feng Yuan thought of human path. Feng Yuan's clone was still trapped in Divine Emperor City, but he used Shan Shang to transfer his human path cultivation results to Feng Yuan's main body. Moreover, Feng Yuan had made a transaction with Shan Shang. The latter contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Feng Yuan thus obtained Merchant Gu and Beggar Gu's Immortal Gu remnant recipes. If he had the complete Immortal Gu recipes, Feng Yuan could refine Merchant Gu and Beggar Immortal Gu. After activating them, he could add more manpower without worrying about loyalty. But Feng Yuan's human path attainment level was not high enough. Human path Immortal Gu recipes were not easy to deduce. Were there such wild human path Immortal Gu in the natural world? According to Feng Yuan's deductions, there was a high probability of none. Such Immortal Gu recipes needed to be created personally. After Feng Yuan thought about it, he did not try to deduce these human path Immortal Gu recipes. It would waste too much time and effort. Thus, Feng Yuan was looking forward to the development of human path in Central Continent. Not to mention anything else, just his soul Dao cultivation had to be driven by the human Dao. Like refinement path, the reason why it could reach its current level of prosperity was because of the development of refinement path itself, and also because of the various paths. The sea of people shook, creating huge waves. After the tides rose and fell, 2 Gu immortals were left on the beach. Where is this? I should have died on the battlefield. Feng Dongxi and Feng Enlei stood up in confusion. The scene in front of them made them uncertain. But soon, Feng Yuan's will descended and told them everything. Lord Feng Yuan actually has such an incredible method to revive us. Feng Clan's 2 Gu immortals were filled with excitement and joy of revival. Right at this time, a huge wave appeared in the sea of people. The scale of this wave was much larger than Feng Clan's earlier wave. The huge wave crashed onto the beach. It came quickly and retreated quickly. A young-looking Gu immortal stepped on the wave, walking towards the shore. He had rank 8 aura. The 2 Feng Clan Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They immediately recognized this newly revived Gu immortal's identity. It is one of Feng Yuan's original bodies, Zhan Budu. In the situation where bringing in external Gu immortals, nurturing immortals, and human path immortal Gu could not work, Feng Yuan chose to revive Gu immortals. Originally, when Gu immortals revived, they were mortals. But now, they had cultivation level. Feng Clan's 2 immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, while Zhan Budu was rank 8. Because of this, Human C had an unprecedented expenditure. According to the remaining numbers, 3 more rank 8 Gu immortals could be revived. There were gains and losses. Next, Feng Yuan needed to cultivate again and collect human Qi to replenish human C. But this was not urgent. The most important thing to replenish was refinement C. At this point, Feng Yuan's refinement C was about to dry up. After releasing the 2 Feng Clan Gu immortals, Feng Yuan gave the transformation path immortal Gu to Zhan Budu. This way, as long as he used the transformation path killer move, Zhan Budu would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Zhan Budu went to deal with the situation, while Feng Yuan's main body expended the heavenly membrane to replenish the power of obscured heavenly secret. Next, he continued to dispel the truthful floating ice. Right now, Feng Yuan's transformation path, rule path, and other attainment levels had risen. The greatest increase was still in heaven path. Feng Yuan could already sense that his heaven path attainment level was approaching a qualitative change. Black and white heavens. A transparent pillar fell down. Most of the soul beasts below were killed by the pillar. From a desolate level soul beast's body, 2 Gu immortals flew out. One was a female immortal wearing an embroidered purple robe. She had snow-white skin and black hair that reached her waist. Her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her face was shrouded in sorrow. The other was a male immortal. He had an ordinary appearance. His eyes were pitch black. He emitted a soul path aura. They were Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxia. What heaven path immortal material is this? When it fell, the soul beasts could not move. They could not dodge. Ingwuxia asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle identified it. This is a heavenly pillar. Every heavenly pillar is a rank 9 heaven path immortal material. Back then, Central Continent's Tian-Ti Mountain was able to connect to Celestial Court because it had a heavenly pillar. There are no soul beasts to hide, but we obtained a rank 9 immortal material. Is this good or bad luck? Ing Wu Xie sighed. What's the point of lamenting about this? The most important thing now is to find your true body, Lord Ghost. Writing Pin Chinese Net. Chapter 2301. Western Desert, Fong Clan's territory. Open for me. Imoshata shouted loudly. As the killer move was activated, the immortal formation in front of them opened. It was completely empty. There were no resources left at all. It was like a desert. Nothing was left behind. This again. Many Gu immortals were furious. It's all gone, it's all gone. Another person muttered, his eyes somewhat absent-minded. Such a vicious Fong clan. Some Gu immortals' eyes were spewing fire. They gritted their teeth. Fong clan alone does not have so much manpower and methods. Heaven refining demon Venerable must have done this behind the scenes. These Gu immortals were helpless. This was Fong clan's last resource point. Like the previous resource points, nothing was left for the anti-Fong alliance. The Gu immortals discussed noisily. This was too different from their original expectations. Not only did Fong clan empty their resource points, they even left behind immortal formations. These immortal formations were created using natural Dao marks and immortal materials. The anti-Fong alliance's Gu immortals had to expend immortal essence to unravel the immortal formations. They expended a huge amount of immortal essence, but in the end, they gained nothing. Looking at the pits or the deserts, these anti-Fong alliance's Gu immortals had dark expressions. Xiao Yi, who did not even have the strength to be angry, he felt great regret. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this stupid matter. Xiao Yi, whose injuries had not healed yet, and most importantly, his immortal Gu house chamber pot was destroyed. It was not that he did not gain anything, but the battle spoils were too little, the losses were too great. Wang Guchou looked at this scene and sighed internally. She was helpless. In her first life, she had never seen such a bottomless super force. This revival had broadened her horizons. She led the anti-Fong alliance and did not see a single Fong clan Gu immortal. They unraveled many immortal formations but did not gain any resource points. Some immortal formations were very devious. If the method to unravel them was not in place, they would explode. This was too damaging. Many Gu immortals were injured because of this. As for Fong clan's headquarters, they had already moved it away. This was a public blessed land. Fong clan actually had such a method to move their immortal aperture. There was a saying on earth, a monk can run away, but the temple cannot. But now, Fong clan had moved their temple away. Wang Guchou did not know of this saying, but her mood was equally terrible. Even though they defeated Fong clan, Wang Guchou was not happy at all. She felt even more worried. Fong clan was gone, but they still had enough battle strength left. Now, it was Wan family and the other super forces' turn to worry. If one day Fong family attacked a certain resource point, the possibility of defending it was very low. Without these resource points, Fong clan did not need to send Gu immortals to guard them. This was the clan's immortal Gu of them. Wan Guchou looked at the heavenly court Gu immortals. In this, celestial court and clan, Fong clan, Gu clan was you. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already given the order to exterminate Fong clan. Thus, when Zhou Xiongxi noticed Wan Guchou's gaze, he immediately said without hesitation, Fong clan's actions are completely destroying their own foundation. It is equivalent to completely submitting to heaven refining demon Venerable. This means that Fong clan and Fong Yuan are the same kind. They are both demons. They are the scourge of the world. Don't tell me this. What do we do now? The other Western Desert Gu immortals did not buy it. Zhou Xiong smiled. Our Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already expected this situation. Thus she sent me to search for clues and traces of Fong clan. Once we find them, the anti-Fong alliance will go all out and destroy Fong clan. On the other side, Wan Zihong understood Fong clan's actions. Some time ago, she had suggested to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to recruit Fong clan, but her suggestion was rejected. Wan Zihong knew that Fong clan could not surrender. Celestial Court would definitely punish them as a warning to others. In this situation, she would do the same. The anti-Fang alliance's actions were too slow. It gave Fang Clan and Fang Yuan plenty of time to relocate their resources. The anti-Fang alliance's best strategy was to attack Fang Clan immediately. However, they spent too much time on internal discussions. Negotiations were time-consuming to begin with. The anti-Fang alliance only began to act after they had confirmed the division plan. But Wan Zihong could understand. If they did not do this, the anti-Fang alliance's Gu Immortals would not be able to send their Gu Immortals or determine their strategy. Benefits and risks were equal. Only after confirming the benefits, and then deciding who would take the lead and who would take care of the rear, would the anti-Fang alliance have enough battle strength. This alliance was established too recently. The Gu Immortals participating in the alliance came from all sorts of super forces. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. The strength of an individual was not enough to influence them. Without benefits, the anti-Fang alliance could not be formed. Like earlier, Wan Clan had no choice but to take out all their assets to attract all the super forces to send people to form the anti-Fang alliance. After Wan Gu Cho was exposed, they used Fang Clan's assets to attract other Gu Immortals. And without a clear division of benefits, the anti-Fang alliance had no battle strength. Once the battle began and Fang Clan attacked, the Gu Immortals would immediately retreat. Without clear benefits, no one was willing to take the risk. Fang Clan, on the other hand, was forced into a desperate situation. They were united. In such a situation, Fang Clan could only clench their fists. Even if the anti-Fang alliance had many people, they were in a state of disunity and had a high chance of failure. Thus, the anti-Fang alliance had to go through this process. However, just me alone is far from enough. Everyone should know the threat of Fang Clan's remnants. If we want to get rid of these demonic path cancerous tumors, I hope everyone can send information path Gu Immortals to hunt them down. Zhou Xiong Xian said, Fang Clan is in the demonic path. They are no longer Western Desert's righteous path. Everyone has the right to kill them. Western Desert's Gu Immortals nodded. But our efforts were in vain. Your Wan Clan and Celestial Court need to give us an explanation. That's right, in this situation, we can't return empty-handed, right? If we return empty-handed, Wan Clan will be too disappointed. If Fang Clan invades us in the future, will anyone join this anti-Fang alliance? The Gu Immortals started to argue again. Wan Gu Cho felt a headache. She thought about it and secretly transmitted to Xiao Yihu. Friend from Xiao Clan, don't worry, my Wan Clan will be the first to guarantee your gains. It is said that back then, Fang Clan's first ancestor was the only Gu Immortal in Fang Clan. Back then, Fang Clan occupied the movement rock crack and was the smallest super force in Western Desert. When the Sand Calamity attacked, Fang Clan's ancestor had to make a choice. He could have set up an immortal formation and sacrificed some Fang Clan mortals to resist the Sand Calamity. But he chose to preserve Fang Clan's people and directly retreated. He would rather give up on the movement rock crack. Such an extreme nature can be said to be of the same origin. Fang Clan's action is not hard to understand. Friend, you have already obtained many Fang Clan clansmen. Although they are only from a branch family, with Fang Clan style, we can make use of them. Xiao Clan was Wan Clan's strongest super force. Wan Gu Cho first had to appease such an existence. Everything depended on strength. Xiao Yihu's expression eased after getting Wan Gu Cho's guarantee. He stopped making a fuss. Wan Gu Cho was trustworthy. This was how the righteous path worked. Moreover, even if Wan Gu Cho did not keep her word and refused to pay, what could Xiao Yihu do? Sell. I want to sell these Fang Clan clansmen as slaves and humiliate Fang Clan. We can also do something to these people. We might be able to find out the range of Fang Clan's immortals. Xiao Yihu gritted his teeth. He was determined. Not long after, in jewel yellow skies. Where's this place? Wang Xiao'er cried out in shock. The surrounding people were also in a state of shock. Buzzing noises could be heard. These people were floating in jewel yellow skies. There was a formless force restraining these people. Thus, Wang Xiao'er felt very uncomfortable. He was not standing on solid ground. There were people above and below him. He was also being squeezed by the surrounding people. We were sold. This is the legendary jewel yellow skies. Some knowledgeable Gu masters spoke the truth. Fang Clan's expressions turned extremely pale. This was the result of defeat. Fong Clan Gu immortals, listen to me. You have defied the law and turned into the demonic path. You are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. Even if you escape now, you will be punished in the future. These people are your Fong Clan clansmen and family members. They are actually innocent, but because of you, they became slaves. This is all your fault. Xiao Yi, whose will also entered Jewel Yellow Skies, he continued to spread the news and humiliated Fong Clan. These words made the Fong clansmen cry out in grief. Someone save us. Lord Ancestors, we are here. Why are you crying? Don't throw away Fong Clan's face. To them, the best situation was for Fong Clan's Gu immortals to buy them back. Wang Xiao'er was among them. He also cried out a few times. He was feeling very uneasy. He was thought to be a member of Fong Clan, because the situation back then was too chaotic. Fong Clan's people did not know that an outsider Gu master had mixed in with them. Different from others, Wang Xiao'er was not willing to be bought back by Fong Clan's Gu immortals, because Fong Clan's Gu immortals knew they were different. In the previous period of time, not only did Fong Dongxi torture him, he even tried many strange and vicious methods to torture him. He was healed afterwards. Chaotic times are coming. Fong Clan is a super force, but they actually fell to this state. They are courting death. Fong Clan definitely did not want to take Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's life. They must have held back. In my opinion, it is all because Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was too useless. He was actually killed like this. The current Wan Clan is different. With the revival of Wan Gu Cho, such a legendary expert, Wan Clan will definitely return to its peak. Cooperating with Fong Yuan will allow us to trade Immortal Gu. Cooperating with Celestial Court will allow us to revive Gu immortals. This is really tempting. Fong clansmen becoming slaves was a warning to many Gu immortals. The Five Regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but the super forces were already unstable. At once, there were people who grieved, and some had other thoughts. How much are you selling these human slaves? Many people asked. Human slaves were actually getting rarer. In the last 100 years, there had not been such a large-scale sale of human slaves. After all, capturing humans for no reason and selling them as slaves was a proper demonic act. But now, these Fong clansmen were the losers. Their origins were justified. Chapter 2302. Among the Gu immortals who came to purchase Fong Clan slaves, there might be Fong Clan Gu immortals, but they could not be identified in Jewel Yellow Skies. Xiao Yi, who did not care. He stated the price expressionlessly. This was a normal price, neither high nor low. Immediately, a few deals were made. With this batch of Fong Clan clansmen, I have filled the final gap. I can try to refine Wealth Gu again. Shi Kong was very happy. Don't let Fong Clan's Gu immortals buy me. Wang Xiao'er prayed internally. Let's go with this batch. They seem to be of good quality. The Gu immortal communicated with Xiao Yi and chose a batch. Human slaves were of high quality too. Among them, rank 5 Gu masters sold the best. After them were young Gu masters who showed great talent. At once, cries could be heard. Fong clansmen were sold. Their families were separated. They were separated by life and death. Parting here would be the last time they would see each other. It was truly a tragedy. Here, the fates of Fong clansmen would change. The difference would be like heaven and earth. The pitiful Fong clansmen would be used as Gu refinement materials by Shi Kong. They would die immediately. The better ones would be chosen to be Gu immortal seeds. They would join sects or clans. If they succeeded in their immortal ascension, this investment would be huge. Of course, there were very few Gu immortal seeds that could be favored. Fong clan lost, but they have not lost yet. It seems that this battle will continue. In these 2 days, Fairy Myrtle had diverted some of her attention from Jewel Yellow Skies. She was paying attention to the situation of the world. Right now, several days had passed since she and Ing Wuxie entered the 2 heavens. During this period of time, they had traveled with great difficulty. They experienced many dangers. The immemorial 2 heavens environment was dangerous to begin with. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. Now that the 2 heavens had merged, the environment became chaotic and unstable. The 5 regions were already affected. The 2 heavens were even more intense. From time to time, they would encounter roaming immemorial desolate beasts. or large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, or even immemorial desolate beast armies. Encountering wild beasts was not too bad. The scarier thing was that some dangerous areas with dense Tao marks were mixed together after the two heavens shattered, causing these dangerous areas and forbidden areas to move around. Once one fell into it, it would be like a mortal trekking through a desert and falling into quicksand. One could only despair and wait for death. Even someone as strong as Fairy Myrtle was in danger. Ingwuxia, how much further? Fairy Myrtle asked. Right now, the two of them were hiding in a group of soul beasts. There were many ancient soul beasts in this horde, and they were all under Ingwuxia's control. Ingwuxia replied, according to my senses, it will be another 3 days before we can see the main body. During this period of time, if the main body were to move, the time might be shortened or even longer. Ingwuxia used Soul Path Killer moves to barely sense his main body, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's speed was not something they could match. Thankfully, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind now. He did not guard against detection. He was roaming around and destroying things. He did not purposely avoid these two. Thus, during this period of time, Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxia were still getting closer to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Howl! The soul beasts that were moving ahead suddenly stopped. As if they had crashed into an invisible wall, they cried out in pain. What's going on? Fairy Myrtle immediately became alert. Be careful, stop. Ingwuxia also controlled the soul beast group to stop. They floated in the air. Over the past few days, they had relied on their soul beasts to explore many dangerous places. For this, they sacrificed 30% of the soul beasts. This is Heavenly Chasm? Fairy Myrtle recognized it and exclaimed in shock. Heavenly Chasm was a rank 9 Heaven Path immortal material. Its shape was not fixed, but it was huge. It was formless and looked like transparent air, but it could not be passed through. We are so unlucky to encounter this. Ingwuxia was very disappointed. Heavenly Chasm was not dangerous, but it was a huge problem for the two of them, because they had to go around Heavenly Chasm, but they did not know the shape of Heavenly Chasm and how it was arranged in the sky. Both Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxia's detection range was far smaller than the size of Heavenly Chasm. In other words, they could only rely on luck, choose a direction, and try to go around it. No one could estimate how much time they would have to waste. Without a choice, Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxia could only take the long way around. After walking for a long distance, Heavenly Chasm was still in front of them, like a huge wall that connected heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sound entered Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxia's ears. At first, they did not pay much attention, thinking it was just the normal sound of the wind. But soon, the sound became more and more pleasing to the ear. When the two immortals were naturally attracted to it, their movements unconsciously slowed down. After a dozen breaths, the entire soul beast group also stopped in the sky, completely immersed in this beautiful sound. There were no musical instruments in this sound. It was purely made up of wind, rain, thunder, birds, and so on. Yet, it formed such a wonderful music that Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxia were both immersed in it. Oh no, this is heavenly music. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook. She wanted to warn them, but she only moaned as her body went limp and relaxed completely. Ingwuxia's cultivation level was lower than hers, but he was even more immersed than her. He had an intoxicated expression on his face, unable to extricate himself. Fairy Myrtle's heart continued to sink. She knew that they were in a desperate situation this time. At this rate, she, Ingwuxia, and the soul beasts would all be immersed in this heavenly music until their consciousness completely dissipated, turning into floating corpses in the sky. Fairy Myrtle wanted to save herself, but after several attempts, she could not activate any goo worms, not to mention any killer moves. If she had reacted immediately and retreated with all her might, she might have had a chance of survival. But now that she had been immersed in the heavenly music for so long, she was like a mortal struggling after falling into water. Her strength was getting weaker, and she was drinking more and more water. Am I going to die here? Fairy Myrtle felt her eyelids becoming heavy. Her vision was turning blurry. She could not help but close her eyes. She wanted to listen to this heavenly music with all her might. This might be the most beautiful way to die in this world. As Fairy Myrtle gradually died, her heart was gradually filled with intoxication and happiness. When she died, she would not leave behind any negative emotions like sadness, despair, pain, or anything else. But right when Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxie were about to die, the heavenly music started to weaken. A Gu immortal was flying towards them from afar. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long. His eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. His lips curled into a smile, giving off a warm and confident feeling. It was the current rank 8 sound path great expert Fengjiaga. What a heavenly music! Fengjiaga laughed heartily as he looked at the Soul Beast group, as well as Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxie who were unable to guard against detection. The heavenly music that trapped the 2 members of Shadow Sect did not do anything to Fengjiaga. Instead, he used some mysterious method to collect it. Fengjiaga? Fairy Myrtle gradually recovered. She was moved when she saw the Gu immortal in front of her. Ever since the Battle of Fate, Fengjiaga had vanished without a trace. Was he in the 2 heavens all this time? If he could collect a rank 9 immortal material like heavenly music, did this mean that his strength had risen again? Did he retain pseudo-venerable battle strength? These were all mysteries. Fengjiaga collected the heavenly music while activating a killer move. 2 lumps of profound white light shot towards Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxie, enveloping them and gradually seeping into their bodies. Fairy Myrtle was still unable to move because of the heavenly music. She could only let Fengjiaga do whatever he wanted. What killer move is this? What are you trying to do? Fairy Myrtle slowly recovered her ability to speak. Fengjiaga said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. After the Battle of Fate, our changes are actually very similar. Isn't that so?" Fengjiaga said as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle could not chase after him. She could only watch as he flew away. What happened? Ingwuxie also gradually recovered. He could only see Fengjiaga's departing figure far away. We were hit by the heavenly music. We were already in a desperate situation. But Fengjiaga suddenly appeared and collected the heavenly music. He also used some mysterious method on us. Fairy Myrtle explained everything in a concise manner. Ingwuxie stared with wide eyes. This? Fengjiaga did not kill us? He is also a member of the demonic path. He betrayed the celestial court. Why would he want to kill us? Fairy Myrtle sighed. If he wanted us to die, he could have just stood by and watched. He would have obtained our corpses, immortal apertures, and immortal goo. Other than collecting the heavenly music, his motive was also the killer move he planted on us. The 2 used all sorts of methods to investigate their bodies, but they did not find any clues or abnormalities. It was as if Fengjiaga's killer move earlier was just an illusion. It had never happened. Regardless of whether he still has pseudo-venerable battle strength, his methods are getting more profound. Fairy Myrtle sighed. What killer move is this? Ingwuxie frowned. Is he trying to use us as bait to harm his main body? Fairy Myrtle shook her head. There are too few clues now, but my intuition tells me that Fengjiaga does not care about Lord Spectral Soul. Maybe your guess is correct, but are we going to stop here? Ingwuxie thought about it before nodding. Of course we have to move forward. Even if Fengjiaga wants to harm the main body, he is only rank 8. How can he deal with the main body? The 2 immortals continued on their journey. The Soul Beast group had lost half of their numbers because of the heavenly music. There were no replenishments around the heavenly chasm. This time, to guard against the heavenly music, the Soul Beasts were spread out. They were very far apart from each other. Main body. I can sense the main body. Not long after, Ingwuxie suddenly shouted in shock. Following the feeling, the 2 immortals adjusted their direction and saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable after 15 minutes. So the main body was separated from us by the heavenly chasm, but because of the Heaven Path rank 9 immortal materials interference, I thought that we were far away. Ingwuxie realized at once. He shouted, "I am here." When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw the clone, he roared. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud sounds, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hundreds of fists landed on the heavenly chasm. The heavenly chasm shook intensely. It was on the verge of collapse. Xia and Fairy Myrtle had pale expressions. Why did spectral soul demon Venerable become so fierce after seeing the clone? It was as if they were mortal enemies. What was going on? Chapter 2303. Qin Dingling and Jun Shengguang flew carefully in the two heavens. This old immortal Huayu is really crafty. He actually made us instigate flickering light grotto heaven first. Jun Shengguang complained. After they received the mission to instigate old immortal Huayu, they had secretly approached profound literature grotto heaven. While old immortal Huayu was driving away beast groups, they secretly contacted him. Do you think old immortal Huayu is purposely trying to fool us? When we instigate flickering light grotto heaven, what if there is already a trap set there? Jun Shengguang suddenly said. Qin Dingling sighed. This is not likely. Old immortal Huayu has been hesitating for a long time, but why is his attitude so ambiguous? He is worried that if they betray him, they will be hunted down by Feng Yuan. In this situation, he naturally hopes that there will be less hostility towards him. Thus, he hopes that more grotto heaven forces will betray Feng Yuan. That way, profound literature grotto heaven will not be conspicuous. But the situation you mentioned cannot be ruled out. Jun Shengguang said with difficulty. What should we do? Flickering light grotto heaven's Gu immortal leader Liang Jingjing is different from old immortal Huayu. We do not understand her and cannot determine her true intentions. Qin Dingling pondered. We do not understand her, but old immortal Huayu has some confidence. Otherwise, he would not have singled out this grotto heaven for us to instigate. Maybe it is time to use this move. Qin Dingling slowed down. Her expression became resolute. She had made up her mind. Jun Shengguang had a puzzled expression. Qin Dingling said, Flickering light grotto heaven is not far away, but before we take the risk, let me use luck path methods to make some preparations. Jun Shengguang asked worriedly, Isn't the price of this move too high? Qin Dingling shook her head. Even though I need to expend some luck path Dao marks, for the sake of the celestial court, this is nothing. The reason why I am hesitating is because this move has a huge flaw. It is like moving my future luck to the present. It might have the effect of helping the enemy. So it was like that. Jun Shengguang nodded. Qin Dingling continued. But thinking about it, the matter of persuading old immortal Huayu is quite important. Now that the three venerables are facing off, there will be a long period of balance. Western Desert Feng clan has already become a stray dog. If old immortal Huayu and the rest betray Feng Yuan, then heaven refining demon Venerable's reputation will fall to the lowest of the three venerables. Whether or not Feng Yuan pursues old deity Huayu, he will suffer a loss. We rank 8 Gu immortals can influence the battle of venerables. Isn't this very valuable? Jun Shengguang was convinced. Indeed. Lord Qin Dingling, please do as you wish. I will protect you. Not long after, Qin Dingling finished preparing and activated her killer move. But this time, it took an hour to activate the killer move before it ended. Qin Dingling's face was pale and covered in sweat. Her gaze was extremely strange. Is there a problem? Jun Shengguang had already noticed that something was wrong and quickly asked. Qin Dingling didn't hide anything and answered, When I activated this move this time, it actually triggered a mysterious change, as if heaven and earth were responding to me. Originally, a killer move only needed a dozen breaths of time to activate. But in that situation earlier, with the help of heaven and earth, I tried to persevere and activate it continuously. I didn't expect that this would last for an hour. Jun Shengguang frowned. I've heard of the secret of the Tao Lord's might. When a venerable refines natural Tao marks, their every action will be amplified by the Tao marks. That is the response of heaven and earth. Lord Qin Dingling, how did you have such a fortuitous encounter? Qin Dingling shook her head. I can't comprehend it for now. But it doesn't matter. In this trip to Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, we will definitely receive a huge boost. Let's go. The two immortals of the celestial court continued on their way. On the other side, boom. With a loud sound, the heavenly chasm could no longer hold on. Its weakest point was pierced by spectral soul demon Venerable's arm. Both sides communicated at this moment. Fairy Myrtle and Xie's pupil shrunk at the same time. At that instant, they felt boundless killing intent surging out of spectral soul demon Venerable's body. This killing intent was so dense that Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxie felt an illusion. It was as if they were mortals facing a huge wave. Helplessness, despair, and panic rose in their hearts, filling up their chests. Quickly leave. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert after all. She reacted quickly and activated a killer move. Ingwuxie also regained his senses after receiving help. Bam bam bam. Spectral soul demon Venerable's arms pierced through the heavenly chasm and reached towards the two. The rank 9 heavenly chasm could not stop Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxie, but it could only cause some trouble to the mindless spectral soul demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle and Ingwuxie quickly retreated. But all of a sudden, a black arm sped up and grabbed Ingwuxie. At the moment of life and death, Ingwuxie quickly used a method. Immortal killer move, change soul technique. At the next moment, he switched places with a soul beast. This ancient soul beast replaced him and was captured by spectral soul demon Venerable. Meanwhile, Ingwuxie appeared far away, escaping in panic. During this period of time, Ingwuxie had cultivated hard and created change soul technique. This change soul technique had its own advantages and disadvantages compared to Feng Yuan's soul-swapping dream method. Ingwuxie managed to escape. Spectral soul demon Venerable roared with a loud sound. His claws squeezed and turned the ancient soul beast into powder. The ancient soul core was instantly absorbed by spectral soul demon Venerable. Even more claws broke through the heavenly chasm and extended towards him. Close to 10 claws opened up. A terrifying suction force burst out from their palms. Ingwuxie's soul beasts were unable to resist. They were all sucked in. The claws closed, but this time, they did not crush these soul beasts. They continued to squeeze. The soul beasts, be they desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, all of them cried out in pain. After a few breaths of time, the claws opened up again, releasing all of these soul beasts. The released soul beasts not only changed in appearance, their strength also rose by a lot. 3 immemorial soul beasts were created. These soul beasts were completely loyal to spectral soul demon Venerable. They howled as they attacked Ingwuxie. Ingwuxie coughed out blood. He was extremely shocked. His method of controlling and enslaving soul beasts was completely destroyed by spectral soul demon Venerable. He suffered a backlash as a result. Fairy Myrtle brought Ingwuxie along as they escaped. Purple smoke rose up, trapping these soul beasts temporarily. They flew in circles inside the smoke. After flying for a while, the two immortals heard a loud sound. The surrounding 100 lees started to shake. The heavenly chasm was broken through by spectral soul demon Venerable. The two immortals had pale expressions. They tried their best to escape. But spectral soul demon Venerable was extremely fast. He soon caught up to the two immortals. Spectral soul demon Venerable's left head roared loudly. The silhouette of Deng Hun Mountain appeared, descending towards the two immortals. The two immortals could not dodge. Immortal killer move, Purple will birth. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle used her killer move. Her body shook as she turned into purple smoke that enveloped Ingwuxie, vanishing on the spot. After a few breaths of time, purple smoke appeared out of nowhere at a certain place tens of li away. The purple smoke turned back into Fairy Myrtle. Ingwuxie fell out of it. Fortunately, they encountered the heavenly melody earlier. After Feng Jiuge left, Fairy Myrtle set off. She set up a method at a fixed distance. This method was originally used to defend against the heavenly melody. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to use it to evade spectral soul demon Venerable. Now that she used this killer move, the two immortals managed to survive. But the killing intent was still thick. The two immortals were definitely not out of danger yet. Bring me away. There is a huge backlash from using this killer move. I need to get rid of the purple will in my mind before I can use it again. Fairy Myrtle said anxiously. Ingwuxie quickly used a soul path method to fly away with Fairy Myrtle. After the two immortals escaped for a while, Ingwuxie was shocked to find that his speed was getting slower. The immortal essence expenditure of every soul path killer move was increasing. I was hit. It was when the main body grabbed me earlier. What kind of method is this? It seems to be a killer move that targets all soul path. Ing Wuxie soon became a cripple. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to take action again. She escaped with Ing Wuxie. As spectral soul demon Venerable approached, Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to use purple will survival again to stall for time. Let's split up. Ing Wuxie gritted his teeth and suggested. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, rejecting him. Spectral soul demon Venerable wanted to kill Ing Wuxie. If they split up, Fairy Myrtle could survive, but Ing Wuxie would not. Fairy Myrtle was hit by spectral soul demon Venerable's method. She was extremely loyal to him. Spectral Soul's main body was clearly not in a good condition. Fairy Myrtle was more loyal to Spectral Soul's clone. She would risk her life to protecting Wuxie, even if she had to sacrifice herself. However, right at this time, 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The one on the left had a round head and large ears. His robe was fluttering. He had a dense chi path aura. He was Celestial Court's Goo Immortal 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. The one on the right had a golden circlet. He was Golden Hooped Great Immortal. The Goo Immortal in the center had a kind expression. His eyebrows were long and extended to his chest. He was one of the 3 dukes, Duke Mei. Fairy Myrtle is here after all. Oh, there is also Ing Wuxie. Duke Mei, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Golden Hooped Great Immortal were here on star constellation Immortal Venerable's orders to capture Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture was given to Celestial Court, with such an obvious clue in star constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction. The 3 immortals followed the clues and intercepted Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie's expressions changed. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They were in a desperate situation again. What do we do? Ing Wuxie had a pale expression. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Her life and death were at stake. She shouted, Feng Jioga, I know you are nearby. If you lend us a helping hand, we will definitely repay you tenfold in the future. Feng Jioga, is he that traitor of Celestial Court? Golden Hooped Great Immortal frowned slightly. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch snorted coldly. Good, let's deal with him together. Duke Mei was about to speak when his brows suddenly rose. His long eyebrows shook intensely. Oh no, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is here. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like figure appeared in the immortal's vision. Chapter 2304. At once, the situation became very complicated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable broke through the heavenly chasm and chased after them. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie were among them. The 3 immortals of the Celestial Court, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Duke Mei blocked the path of the 2 Shadow Sect immortals, while Feng Jioga was truly hiding far away like Fairy Myrtle had said. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his own consciousness, Feng Jioga would not do this. It was too risky. Fairy Ziwei was only probing him a little more. She was not sure of Feng Jioga's location. She only deduced the possibility. After all, Feng Jioga did not kill the 2 Shadow Sect immortals. He planted some method on them instead. This proved that the 2 Shadow Sect immortals were useful to Feng Jioga. Fairy Myrtle was in a desperate situation. She had to make use of everything she could. In this situation, Feng Jioga became Fairy Myrtle's hope. But Feng Jioga did not have any intention to move. He squinted as he looked at the 2 Shadow Sect immortals far away, sighing internally. It is useless. I can already hear the cries of your destiny. Even though it has its ups and downs, it is sliding into the abyss. The outcome is already set. While he was missing, he had been cultivating Destiny Song. He had made a lot of progress. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head suddenly roared. A large number of soul balls appeared out of nowhere. The soul balls dragged their tadpole-like tails as they swam towards Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie, before exploding intensely. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie resisted with difficulty. Their souls shook. They were about to be shattered on the spot. Attack! At the other side, Duke Mei activated a killer move first. Golden Hooped Great Immortal and 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch followed closely behind. My life is over. Ing Wuxie's expression was ashen. How could this be? At the next moment, Fairy Ziwei showed a shocked expression. Because the 3 immortals of the Celestial Court did not attack the 2 Shadow Sect immortals while they were down, Instead, they targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, blocking the Soul Ball method while helping the two Shadow Sect Immortals defend. Why did the Celestial Court take the initiative to rescue the two Immortals of the Shadow Sect? Even a Wisdom Path great expert like Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Don't tell me, because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, I can return to the Celestial Court and abandon my loyalty to Master? Or perhaps they want to capturing Wu Xie, the key avatar, and use some means to suppress and target Master. Although the clone technique was very convenient, it also exposed its weakness. Nothing in the world was perfect. Where there are advantages, there are disadvantages. There were actually quite a few drawbacks to cloning. Most importantly, he could use the connection between his doppelganger and the main body to do tricks. The weakness of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone was exposed long ago. That was the sharing of attainment levels. This was an advantage, but also a huge disadvantage. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, expending a vast amount of attainment levels to create a dream realm. This caused Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body's attainment level to fall. Regardless of the true intentions of the three Immortals of the Celestial Court, the two Shadow Sect Immortals were able to survive because of them. Far away, Feng Jioge shook his head inwardly. Be it the two Immortals of the Shadow Sect, or the three Immortals of the Celestial Court, their efforts were futile. As expected, the number of soul balls increased sharply, reaching a level that the five Immortals could not resist. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Duke Mei, or the rest, they fell into despair. This is the might of a Venerable? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is clearly unconscious. He is also heavily injured. Damn it. The three Immortals of the Celestial Court could not save the two Shadow Sect Immortals. They were implicated and became Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's targets. At the next moment, the terrifying soul balls were about to explode and take the lives of the five Immortals. But at this moment, Feng Jioge's expression changed. At this moment, he felt a vast power suddenly invading the battlefield. This was the power of Luck Path. It was so grand and majestic. Luck Path is a variable. This power was only a small variable at first, but because of the two Heavens Luck Path downmarks, it became a huge variable. The source seems to be man-made? Feng Jioge analyzed carefully. The power of Luck Path was so huge, it could rival rank 9 killer moves. Crack crack. The power of Luck Path changed the two Heavens. It changed the entire battlefield. Originally, the two Heavens were mixed together. The fragments of immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven were intertwining. The five Immortals were inside a fragment of White Heaven. Right at this moment, the immemorial Black Heaven fragment that was right in front of them crashed into them. White Heaven had abundant light path downmarks, while Black Heaven had mostly dark path downmarks. The downmarks repelled each other. As the immemorial Black Heaven fragment crashed into each other, the immemorial White Heaven fragment shattered. A large number of black and white fragments of the two Heavens formed a huge flood. The flood poured down and enveloped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, sweeping him away. Without Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control, the soul balls floated quietly on the spot. Let's go. Using this chance, Fairy Myrtle brought in Wu Xie and flew away, entering the immemorial Black Heaven at the side. Wait. The three Immortals of the Celestial Court quickly chased after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was struck by the two Heavens fragments along the way. The power of the flood slowly weakened, allowing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to escape. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was covered in injuries now. Heaven path downmarks were all over his body. His body was pierced by countless tiny fragments of the two Heavens. It was like countless black and white glass shards. The distance was too far. With the obstruction of Injury Mountain's Heaven Path downmarks, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not sense Ng Wu Xie's presence. His mind was not clear. He could not use any investigative or tracking methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared in anger. After venting his anger for a while, his attention was drawn to a distant Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven was Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. The Gu Immortal leader of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, Liang Jingjing, was in extreme fear. Her entire body was trembling. If this was in the past, Flickering light grotto heaven could be stored in the void and condensed to a point. Spectral soul demon Venerable would not be able to find it while he was unconscious. But now, the fusion of the two heavens was at its peak. Flickering light grotto heaven was one of the heaven vein nodes. It was affected by the commotion and was forced to appear. Lord Alliance Leader, save me. Liang Jingjing did not hesitate. She immediately sent a message to Feng Yuan. I am willing to hand over light heaven in exchange for a huge amount of contribution points. I only hope that Lord Alliance Leader can save my flickering light grotto heaven. Liang Jingjing had a pitiful expression. Light heaven? Feng Yuan quickly received Liang Jingjing's message. He was currently undoing the truthful floating ice. From the message, Feng Yuan also learned about the details of light heaven. Flickering light grotto heaven devoured many fragments of the immemorial nine heavens, but its internal space was still too small. A certain generation's flickering light grotto heaven proposed a grand plan to construct a grotto heaven. It was to create another heaven. That was the origin of light heaven. From then on, generations of Gu immortals in flickering light grotto heaven worked hard. They made many contributions to this grand plan. They gathered heavenly light and refined it, making the light heaven and flickering light grotto heaven bigger and bigger. The current scale had already greatly surpassed the original space of flickering light grotto heaven. Feng Yuan quickly thought about it. His original plan was to let Zhan Budu stabilize his immortal aperture, then create resource points and create Dao veins. Finally, he would take in the primordial domain and raise his attainment levels. With these attainment levels and a stable sovereign immortal aperture, he could annex the two heavens grotto heavens. But now, flickering light grotto heaven's destruction was imminent. Feng Yuan's plan could not keep up. Feng Yuan's current light path attainment level was only master. If he wanted to protect flickering light grotto heaven, Feng Yuan would have to fight spectral soul demon Venerable. If the battle was too intense, obscured heavenly secret would not be able to conceal it. He would be exposed. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would work together to suppress him. Most importantly, against Venerables, Feng Yuan did not have much of an advantage. Even though he had two rank 9 Immortal Gu, he did not create a killer move that complemented them. At the same time, he cultivated Refinement Path. It was not specialized in fighting. If Venerables fight, I will have some Immortal Essence advantage at most. But if they work together to suppress me, my Immortal Essence advantage will be offset by the enemy's numbers. Flickering light grotto heaven cannot be saved. Feng Yuan decisively gave up on flickering light grotto heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, this light heaven is priceless. If you place it in the sovereign immortal aperture, it will add to your glory. Liang Jingjing urged. The only thing she could offer to move Feng Yuan was this light heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, can you hear me? Quickly reply to me. Liang Jingjing stomped her feet anxiously. Spectral soul demon Venerable arrived in front of her. With a loud sound, the grotto heaven entrance was destroyed. Hundreds and thousands of arms entered the immortal aperture. Everywhere they went, countless people were slaughtered. Nobody could resist the might of a Venerable. Liang Jingjing could only retreat into light heaven, crying and begging for Feng Yuan's help. Feng Yuan had an indifferent expression. He knew that this would cause him to lose the support of his subordinates, but fighting against spectral soul demon Venerable would result in greater losses. These subordinates were only tools for him to fight against the Venerables. He would not sacrifice his own benefits for the safety of one or two tools. Pawns were pawns because they could be used and discarded when necessary. Feng Yuan, I hate you. I hate you. What kind of great love immortal Venerable are you? I was wrong about you. You did not save me. You are not fit to be the Alliance Leader. Liang Jingjing cursed in despair before her death. Feng Yuan had a joyful expression. There was a qualitative change in the truthful floating ice. His heaven path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. There was a huge increase in heaven path Dao marks. His attainment levels of other paths had also increased. And most importantly, he obtained the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu? This was an unexpected surprise for Feng Yuan. Even someone like him could not help but have bright eyes. It was a wise decision not to save flickering light grotto heaven. So close, If I had protected flickering light grotto heaven, it would have caused the Venerables to fight. And I was just one step away from obtaining the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. This Immortal Goo recipe came at the right time. It was very useful to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan immediately decided to advance his third rank 9 Immortal Goo, Heavenly Secret Goo. Chapter 2305. Qin Dingling and Jun Shengguang traveled rapidly. Ever since Qin Dingling used her Luck Path Killer move, the two's journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any setbacks. Jun Shengguang praised this many times. Qin Dingling explained, "This power is far beyond what I can unleash normally. I have also figured out the reason behind the resonance of heaven and earth." Back then, Giant Sun Immortal placed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace in Northern Plains Black Heaven for over 300,000 years. Over these 300,000 years, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been in operation. It slowly created Luck Path Dao marks, almost covering the whole of immemorial Black Heaven. Because of such a terrifying accumulation, Central Continent once attacked Northern Plains to seize fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, but suffered heavy losses halfway through the march. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected that the two heavens would fuse, so he moved Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace away and used it for the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But over 300,000 years of Luck Path creation, Luck Path Dao marks have already been carved in immemorial Black Heaven above Northern Plains. Furthermore, the scale of these Luck Path Dao marks is unimaginably huge. After the two heavens fused, immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven split into countless fragments. Some were big and some were small, black and white. The Luck Path Dao marks also spread out. Jun Shengguang asked, "Then why did Lady Qin Dingling's Luck Path Killer move get amplified by these Luck Path Dao marks? Did Giant Sun Immortal help you?" Qin Dingling's expression sank. "If that is the case, I'm afraid Giant Sun Immortal is involved in this. But this possibility is not high, because I have already sent a message back to ask Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told me clearly that these Luck Path Dao marks have already returned to natural Dao marks. They are not Giant Sun Immortals." Jun Shengguang was even more confused. Then why did it respond? Qin Dingling shook her head. "Let's not investigate this for now. The most important thing now is to recruit Flickering Light Grotto Heaven." Jun Shengguang was even more confident in this. "Lady Qin Dingling, your Luck Path Killer move is truly powerful. In my opinion, we will succeed this time." A moment later, the two immortals of the Celestial Court finally arrived near the Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They were shocked to see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was rampaging outside Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not enter Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He broke the Grotto Heaven's entrance and stretched out his countless arms, rampaging inside the Grotto Heaven, slaughtering countless living beings. He killed humans and immortals alike. He was extremely cruel. Qin Dingling was dumbfounded. She had never expected such a thing to happen. The Supreme Ancient Two Heavens were too powerful. The probability of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finding trouble with Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was very small. Jun Shengguang also opened his mouth wide, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before slowly turning around to look at Qin Dingling with a strange and complex expression. Jun Shengguang seemed to be saying, "Lord, is this caused by your Luck Path Killer move?" Qin Dingling coughed and said awkwardly, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a venerable. Even if my Luck Path methods are resonated with heaven and earth and are amplified by Luck Path Dao marks, it should not be to this extent, right?" Jun Shengguang was also at a loss. Then what should we do? The two of them originally wanted to instigate Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but in the end, old Immortal Hua Yu fully displayed the specialty of an information path expert. He vaguely told the two immortals of the Celestial Court without leaving any evidence that if the Celestial Court could persuade the Twinkling Grotto Heaven to surrender, then old Immortal Hua Yu would follow. But now, Qin Dingling and Jun Shengguang had gone through a long and arduous journey to reach the Flickering Light Grotto. In the end, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was going to be destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Go quickly, Cave Master." Let us attract spectral soul demon Venerable's attention. Flickering light grotto heaven is destined to be destroyed, but there are still our clansmen in your immortal aperture. Please think of the big picture. Right at this time, 6 Gu immortals came out of flickering light grotto heaven. Rank 8 light path Gu immortal Liang Jingjing was already heavily injured. She was escaping in tears under the protection of the other Gu immortals. However, even though spectral soul demon Venerable was not in his right mind, he was still a Venerable. He was filled with killing intent. Seeing that these Gu immortals were about to escape from under his nose, he followed his instincts and attacked. The Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven were in danger. A chance, Jun Shunguang blurted out. So that's it. Qin Dingling realized at once. So my luck path killer move is here. Huge opportunities were often hidden in danger. Let us lend you a hand. Qin Dingling shouted, taking the lead to attack. Jun Shunguang followed closely behind. The Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven were initially terrified. After all, according to the current situation, they were enemies. But when they found out that the 2 immortals of celestial court were truly helping them, these Gu immortals felt even more joy and gratitude. Eventually, with the help of Qin Dingling and Jun Shunguang, the Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven successfully broke out of the encirclement. Of course, they had paid a huge price. Qin Dingling was lightly injured. Jun Shunguang was heavily injured. There were only 3 Gu immortals left in flickering light grotto heaven. 1 was unconscious and 2 were heavily injured. This is the power of a Venerable. We could not retaliate at all. Jun Shunguang sighed. Even though he was safe now, he still felt some lingering fear. He was a rank 8 expert, but under the pursuit of spectral soul demon Venerable, he was as weak as a baby. And this was when spectral soul demon Venerable had lost his mind. His actions were similar to a soul beast. If spectral soul demon Venerable chased us with his full strength, we would not have survived. Thankfully, his attention was still on flickering light grotto heaven. He only chased us for a short while before returning to flickering light grotto heaven to wreak havoc. Qin Dingling said, Sai, our homeland. Of the 3 Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven, 1 was unconscious. The other 2 had pale expressions. Their hearts were heavy. They could not conceal their grief, anger, helplessness, and other emotions. My condolences, my 3 friends. Venerables are invincible. We rank 8s are still ants. It is already a great fortune that we were able to escape. Qin Dingling consoled. Liang Jingjing suddenly bowed towards Qin Dingling and Jun Shunguang. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. We were enemies, but you 2 risked your lives to save me. Such righteousness and magnanimity. I am truly moved by it. It is truly shocking. Celestial Court is indeed the leader of humanity since ancient times, the #1 superforce forever. Compared to you, our alliance leader actually calls himself Great Love Immortal Venerable and created the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It is the greatest irony in the world. Liang Jingjing was filled with anger and hatred at the mention of Feng Yuan. Qin Dingling and Jun Shunguang looked at each other, seeing the joy and surprise in each other's eyes. The other Gu immortal from flickering light grotto heaven who was awake said, Friends of Celestial Court, our grotto heaven leader is not a traitor. It is Feng Yuan who has gone too far. We had already asked him for help. We took the initiative to stuff light heaven into jewel yellow skies and transacted it to him. But he took the light heaven and ignored us. He did not even think of helping us. He directly abandoned us. We are his subordinates. We are members of his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Such actions are truly too disappointing and despicable. To think that we thought he had truly turned over a new leaf after becoming venerable. He had turned over a new leaf. Qin Dingling and Jun Shunguang heard this and were overjoyed. Even without their persuasion, the Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven had already taken the initiative to surrender. Lady Qin Dingling's luck path killer move is truly profound. Jun Shunguang praised in his heart. Qin Dingling said solemnly, Friends, I will not hide it from you. We have our own reasons for coming to help. Next, Qin Dingling explained the reason in detail and asked Liang Jingjing to help her persuade old immortal Huayu to surrender. Liang Jingjing and the rest were overjoyed after hearing this. They had no choice but to turn to Celestial Court and betray Feng Yuan. They felt very uneasy. If Feng Yuan came to settle the score with them, they would be in deep trouble. Even if star constellation Immortal Venerable could block heaven refining demon Venerable for a while and protect them. But was there a reason to guard against a thief for a long time? If Feng Yuan harbored hatred in his heart and wanted to kill these traitors, he would definitely have the initiative. He could attack whenever he wanted. If he attacked one day, the Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven would not be able to resist for long enough to wait for reinforcements. This was something that they were absolutely certain of, because earlier they had experienced the terror of spectral soul demon Venerable. And this was a Venerable without sentience. With sentience, if Feng Yuan replaced spectral soul demon Venerable, he would be extremely terrifying. These Gu immortals would not have any hope of escaping. The Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven had already decided to betray them. They hoped that there would be as many traitors as possible to divert their attention. Thus, Liang Jingjing ignored her injuries and decided to go with Qin Dingling to profound literature grotto heaven to rebel against old immortal Huayu. The group met up with old immortal Huayu in secret. Qin Dingling had a powerful explanation. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already deduced the result. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to be casually roaming around and destroying things. But there is a pattern to it. Everything he destroyed was the pillar that supported immemorial white heaven. For example, the heavenly chasm, the heavenly pillar, or the heaven vein node of immemorial white heaven like flickering light grotto heaven. Your tribe's profound literature grotto heaven is the same as flickering light grotto heaven. They are both heaven vein nodes in immemorial white heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will definitely come to destroy profound literature grotto heaven, just like how he destroyed flickering light grotto heaven. Liang Jingjing immediately added, Old immortal Huayu, we have known each other for many years. You have seen my situation. Feng Yuan did not save me and even devoured my tribe's light heaven. His actions are not only cruel, they are also despicable and shameless. Are you still placing your hopes on such an alliance leader? Oh friend, please make a decision quickly. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable comes, profound literature grotto heaven will not have the time or opportunity to relocate. Chapter 2306. Old immortal Huayu was moved. He gritted his teeth. I wonder if Celestial Court has a way to transfer my grotto heaven? Qin Dingling smiled. Of course we do. Our Celestial Court's foundation is not something that Longevity Heaven or Feng Yuan can compare to. Trust me, it is a wise choice for you to side with Celestial Court. Old immortal Huayu sighed deeply. This is a serious matter. Please allow me to return to the grotto heaven and hold a meeting to discuss with the other Gu immortals. Then we will wait here for your good news. Qin Dingling was very magnanimous. Old immortal Huayu returned to the grotto heaven and gathered the immortals, explaining the situation. The immortals were shaken. After discussing for 3 days and 3 nights, they all decided to side with old immortal Huayu to side with Celestial Court. Li Xiaobai was among them. He also expressed his allegiance to Celestial Court, but he was feeling uneasy internally. If star constellation Immortal Venerable inspected him, she might discover the relationship between Li Xiaobai and Feng Yuan's main body. But he could not do anything alone. Joining Celestial Court had already become the consensus of the immortals. Old immortal Huayu led the immortals out of the grotto heaven's entrance, greeting Qin Dingling and Jun Shengwang. Good, good, good. Qin Dingling smiled as she accepted them. Everyone, not only will your future benefit by joining the light, you will also be able to fight for a bright future for your clan. Old immortal Huayu said, That's right, such a good thing should be shared. I hope that Lady Qin Dingling and Lord Jun Shengwang can help us. I am willing to take the risk and save more friends from the demonic nest that is the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Qin Dingling and Jun Shengwang heard this and laughed heartily. With old immortal Huayu leading the way and Liang Jingjing as an example, of course, with the help of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move earlier, Qin Dingling's following persuasion was very smooth. Several days later, almost all of the human forces in the 2 heavens grotto heavens betrayed Feng Yuan. They joined Celestial Court. The truth was, Qin Dingling only wanted to make old immortal Huayu defect, but after taking action, she did not expect the results to be so good. Unsurprisingly, this news could not be concealed. Once it spread, the whole of the 5 regions' Gu immortal world was shaken. The Celestial Court is indeed the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan is at a disadvantage again. Previously in Western Desert, it was the Celestial Court's victory that forced Feng Clan to sell all their resource points and flee. Right now, Feng Yuan's influence in the past 2 days has almost been uprooted by the Celestial Court. Although Feng Yuan is a venerable, he mainly cultivates refinement path. Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable is a wisdom path expert. She is most skilled in making arrangements and making use of people's hearts. To be honest, I can understand why the 2 heavens forces would side with the Celestial Court. After all, Feng Yuan did not do anything and allowed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to invade and slaughter. This was not the behavior of a responsible alliance leader. There are even rumors that Liang Jingjing clearly offered Light Heaven to Feng Yuan, but he accepted it and did not make a move. The Gu Immortals discussed among themselves. Every action of a Venerable, no matter how small, was a huge matter in the 5 regions' Gu Immortal world. It would attract the attention of the entire world. Many people started to guess what Feng Yuan would do next. Would he take revenge? Would he personally chase after those Grotto Heaven forces that betrayed him? Or should he swallow this loss in silence? If it were me, I would definitely take action. Traitors must be punished. If they live better lives, what would the other members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance think? Betraying them just like that, they are clearly looking down on Great Love Immortal Venerable's reputation. Maybe they are bullying Lord Feng Yuan for being the newest Venerable. How can the dignity of a Venerable be challenged like this? Soon, a wave of public opinion rose. It became the mainstream voice in jewel yellow skies. Southern Borders Wu Yong snickered. He did not need to guess to know that Longevity Heaven was behind this. If Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight personally, it would be extremely beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan will not take action. I know him too well. Wu Yong looked towards Eastern Sea as he sighed deeply. If it were him, he would not help either. Once he took action, Feng Yuan would have to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was more disadvantageous than advantageous for Feng Yuan. Looking at the confrontation between the 3 Venerables, it is clear that Giant Sun Immortal is ahead of them. He has the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both have bases to defend. Feng Yuan's foundation is the weakest. He has the least immortal essence. In this situation, we need to be even more careful. If we act rashly, our opponents might widen the gap. The rumors should be true. Feng Yuan accepted Light Heaven but did not help. In this aspect, I am inferior to him. Wu Yong compared himself to Feng Yuan, then reflected on himself. He felt that he needed to learn more from Feng Yuan in terms of shamelessness. What were reputation and face? They were just a factor that was beneficial to survival and victory. If reputation and face were not beneficial to survival and victory, then he would discard them. When it was time to be shameless, he would be decisive and shameless. It is time. It is time to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with bright light. When almost everyone looked down on Feng Yuan, when they thought that Feng Yuan was the weakest among the 3 Venerables, Wu Yong made a different choice. Feng Yuan accepted it, of course. When news spread, Southern Borders Gu Immortal world was in an uproar. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. Feng Clan, who joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, became a stray dog. A large number of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heaven super forces left the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Under such a situation, Wu Clan went against the flow and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It was truly suspicious and disdainful. Southern Borders Gu Immortal world was shaken. People started to doubt Wu Yong's decision. Wu Clan, who was at the center of the wave, was still united like a reef. No matter how strong the waves were, they did not move. They did not show any flaws. Western Desert. Southern Borders Wu Yong? I have heard of his name long ago. His courage is truly admirable. Feng Gong sighed. Feng Dichang nodded. I wonder, He used the entire Wu clan as a bargaining chip to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. How many benefits did he obtain from Fang Yuan? No matter what the result is, this is a hero with wild ambitions. Wu clan has been the #1 superforce in southern border for a long time, but they still took such a risk. My Fang family's original status is far inferior to the Wu family, so what is there to be worried about? Fang Huasheng said with a smile. What Third Supreme Elder said is extremely true. Right now, our Fang clan has finished recuperating. We have traded many immortal goo and all kinds of resource points. Seniors Fang and Lei and Fang Chun have also returned. The immortal goo house has also been modified and replenished. We should make a move. Fang Long called out with a fervent expression. Fang clan had completely lost their territory. They had become a nomadic force without a foundation. But this situation instead allowed youngsters like Fang Long to grow rapidly. They became more proactive and worked harder. Fang Dichang slowly looked at the other Gu immortals. What are your thoughts? I also think we should make a move. My bones are rusting from staying here all the time. Those super forces that attacked our Fang clan. It is time to let them know the price of offending our Fang clan. Seeing that the clan's Gu immortals had high morale, Fang Gong was happy and gratified. Very good. Then let's give them a memorable lesson. First Supreme Elder made his stance clear. The eyes of Fang clan's immortals shined. They became even more excited. Fang Dichang nodded with a smile. He threw out an information path goo worm that turned into a map in the air. Then let's set this as our target. The immortals took a look and their expressions changed. They did not expect Fang Dichang to go so far. This is Earth Flame Forest? This is Dong Clan's #1 resource point. The defense is quite tight. Isn't it a little too aggressive? Fang Dichang smiled. Everyone, listen to me. Earth Flame Forest is not made of trees. It is made up of surging underground flames. After breaking through their limits, they burst out of the ground and formed a tree-like flame. The root is the underground fire path Dao vein. However, after the 5 regions were united, the regional walls disappeared and the earth vein migrated. The influence was very widespread. Right now, the fire path Dao vein there has also migrated. The immortal formation that Dong Clan set up earlier was based on the environment at that time. They did not use any immortal goo. Right now, it is already at the end of its tether. It is like a thin sheet of paper that can be pierced with just a slight poke. Most importantly, Lord Alliance Leader's mission board has already changed. The contribution points that can be exchanged for Earth Path resource points are much lower than before, while the value of Wind Path and Fire Path resource points has increased. If we attack this place, we can exchange for even more contribution points. After hearing this, Fang Clan's immortals understood that Fang Dichang had already made sufficient deductions and bargaining chips. As expected of Lord Fang Dichang, Fang Chun sighed. Since Second Supreme Elder said so, we will believe you. Fang and Lei also expressed her stance. Then let us take this Earth Flame Forest, ha ha ha. Old Ghost by June was a slave Gu immortal of Fang Clan. He did not want to fall behind. I can't wait anymore. Fang Dong, she rubbed his palms. Even though he revived and his cultivation level was still rank 7, his immortal aperture was empty and needed to be developed. Earlier, when the Fang clansmen were sold, he went to Xiaoyihu to trade but found that Wang Xiao'er had already been bought. As for the other Fang clansmen, under Fang Dichang's persuasion, Fang Clan's Gu immortals did not buy them back just in case. Several days later, Fang Clan moved out and successfully attacked the Earth Flame Forest. The Fang Clan was powerful, but the Dong Clan had just lost the Red River Wheel. Dong Clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate. He immediately asked for help from other super forces. When Dong Clan finally gathered many Gu immortals and several immortal Gu houses to reinforce them, there was only a huge crater and ruins. It was a scene of devastation. Not only did Fang Clan retreat calmly, they even moved the entire Earth Flame Forest into jewel yellow skies. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shocked. The 5 regions' Gu immortals were stunned. Just as Dong Clan's first Supreme Elder was hesitating about whether to form a second anti-Fang alliance, Fang Clan's Gu immortals moved out again. Attacking the resource points of other super forces, they succeeded and retreated calmly. The 5 regions were shaken. Western Desert super forces were panicking. Everyone was in danger. Fang Yuan did not move out to investigate the betrayal of the two heavens grotto heavens. But Southern Border's Wu clan and Western Desert's Fang clan's actions were like two slaps on Celestial Court's face, creating two loud slaps. Chapter 2307. Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of turbid air. Her expression was pale. Weakness and exhaustion filled her body and mind. I finally completed this formation. Human path will advance by leaps and bounds now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the derivation formation in front of her, feeling gratified. After she refined all the wisdom path Tao marks in Celestial Court, she did not set off immediately. Instead, she used this period of time to complete the derivation formation's construction. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated wisdom path primarily and star path secondarily, setting up immortal formations was not her weakness. In fact, she was even more formidable than most formation path rank 8 experts. Of course, star constellation Immortal Venerable's formation path attainment was still lacking compared to those legendary formation path grade experts. All in all, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already completed the derivation formation with all her might. The core of this formation was rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu. This was a legendary Immortal Gu. It was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. After Limitless Demon Venerable obtained it, he had been using it as the core of the Crazed Demon formation. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a piece of truthful floating ice, which contained derivation Immortal Gu. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results to break the truthful floating ice and take derivation Immortal Gu out. Next, she used derivation Immortal Gu as the first core, surrounding it and creating this formation. Limitless Demon Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu and the primal chaos in outer space to deduce and create the truthful floating ice that did not belong to this world. Meanwhile, star constellation Immortal Venerable used the essence of the Crazed Demon formation to create the derivation formation, which was used to promote the development of human path. The development of a path usually required countless elites to put in their effort, as well as hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years of continuous development. But with the derivation formation, the path's development seemed to have grown wings. It could leap into the sky and soar into the sky. After inspecting the derivation formation, star constellation Immortal Venerable inspected the Wisdom Path Killer moves that she had activated earlier. These Wisdom Path Killer moves could defend against investigations, conceal the derivation formation, and strengthen the defense of Celestial Court. Even though the core Immortal Gu of these Wisdom Path Killer moves were only rank 8, with the amplification of Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks, even if other Venerables attacked with full strength, they could last for some time. After doing this, star constellation Immortal Venerable chose to rest for once. She had expended too much immortal essence. Even though she was developing her immortal aperture, the production of rank 9 immortal essence could not keep up with the expenditure. Furthermore, star constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate formation path after all. She had to expend a lot of her mental energy to set up this rank 9 formation. Speaking of which, ever since star constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she had not had such a good rest. The confrontation between the Venerables gave her a heavy pressure. After 3 days, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately started to deal with the matters of the Celestial Court. The Immortals, wills, of the Celestial Court gathered again for a meeting. Qin Dingling came to report everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Star constellation Immortal Venerable encouraged her. Qin Dingling and Jun Shengguang had indeed made great contributions this time. They had actually instigated more than half of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. As for the mysterious amplification of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move, star constellation Immortal Venerable also decided to take some time to deduce it. Northern Plains was fine. The lone and demonic cultivators had already gathered under the influence of Giant Sun Immortal. They were either recruited by the Huangjin tribes or gathered around Chudu, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, and Fairy Black Moon. In Western Desert, Fang Clan was in chaos. They attacked Western Desert's super forces everywhere and succeeded many times. Western Desert's righteous path was in a terrible situation. Yuan clan and other forces were actively seeking help from the Celestial Court. In the southern border, Wu Yong had stirred up trouble. The Celestial Court that was close to the Celestial Court suddenly changed its attitude and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable rejected the suggestion of sending a large number of reinforcements to Western Desert's righteous path. She sent almost all of the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to set up the star array calculation formation. Western Desert side was still led by Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong. Fang clan is only a small problem. How many resource points can Fang clan plunder alone? It is not much for the sovereign immortal aperture. The more Fang clan makes a move, the more clues they will leave behind. One day, we will find out their location. Western Desert's righteous path's losses are not our Celestial Court's losses. As for southern borders Wu Yong, let him be. Right now, it is not time for the Celestial Court to mobilize their troops. He has great ambitions, but he is not even a pseudo-venerable. How many ambitious Gu immortals are there in this world? There will be more in the future. The fusion of the two heavens has reached the most crucial moment. This is the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already lost his humanity. His every action is based on his nature. I have already deduced that there will be a huge change soon. My central continent needs to set up the star array calculation formation in time to prepare for this huge change in the heavenly Tao. After star constellation Immortal Venerable said this, a Gu immortal asked, "The scale of setting up this formation is unprecedented. It is definitely the first in history. I am very worried that if we do it so openly and without concealment, Venerables will attack us." Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. "No worries, I have a plan." On the same day, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent a large number of Gu immortals to the sky above Central Continent to set up the stars and start setting up the star array calculation formation. The number of Gu immortals involved and their cultivation levels were unprecedented in the history of humanity. Such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the 5 regions' Gu immortals. Evidently, other than star constellation Immortal Venerable herself, no one had such a huge rallying power. Many Gu immortals tried to guess what kind of power this formation that star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to set up would have. Giant Sun Immortal had already returned to Longevity Heaven. His gaze pierced through the ground, reaching the Blood Sea below. The Blood Sea was boiling. Huge waves were surging. A huge whirlpool was formed at the center of the Blood Sea. "The time is ripe." Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. This Blood Sea had always been hidden in Longevity Heaven. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal's former clone, Blood Sea Ancestor. His intention was to create a blood path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless blood path inheritances, including 9 true inheritances. He naturally left behind even more essence for Longevity Heaven. The Blood Sea was one of them. Initially, this Blood Sea was not large and of low quality, but after so many years, it had already reached a considerable level. Before Giant Sun Immortal revived, he had already started to make arrangements for the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was extremely important to Giant Sun Immortal. For this, he did not hesitate to send Yao Huang, who was the most skilled in Gu refinement, here to take charge of the situation. Immortal Killer Move, Birth of Time. Giant Sun Immortal activated the Killer Move. This luck path method combined with the Blood Sea had the power to revive Gu immortals. Under the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Tao marks, golden light shone down on the world, penetrating deep into the Blood Sea. Every drop of blood was dyed in golden light. Rumble, blood waves surged to the sky. The sound of the waves was deafening. The whirlpool was rotating rapidly and violently. Yao Huang looked haggard. He had been guarding this place these days. He had to use refinement path methods from time to time. He could be said to be racking his brains. He did not dare to relax at all. He had a strong look of anticipation on his face as he pondered. The Blood Sea itself has the power to revive, while Ancestor used a luck path killer move to create it. With the combination of these two, The first Gu immortal to revive will definitely be the greatest help to my longevity heaven and northern plains. Who in the world is he? Boom. After the blood wave reached its limit, it suddenly exploded and set off a terrifying tsunami. The surging tide surged into the huge whirlpool in the center from all directions, instantly filling up the whirlpool. The blood sea surface became strangely calm. It was extremely violent a moment ago, but now it was as calm as a mirror. It gave off an intense feeling of abruptness. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the sea. Next, 2, 3. Hundreds and thousands of pillars of light pierced through the sea like giant swords that were tens of li long. A huge lump of light rose up from the blood sea like a small sun. This light was so dazzling that Yao Huang squinted his eyes and activated a killer move, but he still felt his eyes turning bright. A light path Gu immortal expert. In history, who has the Huang gene bloodline? Almost instantly, a name appeared in the mind of the medicine sovereign. The dazzling light faded. A Gu immortal floated in the air. He had no hair. Every part of his body was emitting intense light. He was like a man of light. He pointed at the sky and the ground, shouting, "In this world, I am the brightest." Yao Huang's mind and body shook intensely. That's right, this aura, it is him. Ancestor's eldest son, a legend who cultivates light path, a great expert who left his mark in history. Pseudo-Venerable, Light Emperor. At this moment, Light Emperor reacted. Looking at Yao Huang, I actually revived. Who are you? I am the current South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. You revived me? Yes. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded. Father. Light Emperor was shocked. He quickly blinked his eyes. Then it seems that other than father, I am the brightest in this world. Cough, cough. Yao Huang interrupted. The truth is, Lord Light Emperor, in the current world, there are 4 venerables and 3 venerables. Light Emperor was stunned. He rubbed his chin. Is that so? Then other than the 4 venerables, I am the brightest person in this world. You are not the only pseudo-venerable, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded again. Oh my, oh my. Light Emperor rubbed his bald head. He did not have eyebrows and could not frown, but his expression was clearly troubled. It seems that there are many shining people in this era, but it does not matter. I am Light Emperor. You were born at the right time. I have already investigated. Your fortuitous encounter is in the immemorial 2 heavens. Go, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice gradually weakened. He was already far away. Dad, don't leave in such a hurry. Give me some immortal goo. Otherwise, how can I shine? Light Emperor shouted. Lord, don't worry. Old Ancestor has already prepared immortal goo for you. Yao Huang said as he flew forward, handing over several light path immortal goo. Light Emperor was annoyed. Just these few immortal goo? No wonder his father left so quickly. This time, it's going to be very difficult. Writing Pin Chinese Net. Chapter 2308. To think that Celestial Court would place us here. Where else do you want to be placed? In Celestial Court? Everyone. The situation is already set in stone. Since we have already joined Celestial Court, we have no other way out. Any infighting is a foolish act. Old Immortal Huayu, Liang Jingjing, Granny Skeleton, and the other Grotto Heaven Gu immortal leaders gathered together. Some of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After joining Celestial Court indeed used a method to relocate their immortal aperture, even though their Grotto Heavens had devoured immemorial 9 heavens fragments before. But these 2 heavens Grotto Heavens suffered huge losses because of the forced relocation. And after the relocation, they were all concentrated in the 2 heavens above their respective races. According to Celestial Court's notice, their Grotto Heavens had to resonate with Central Continent's starry sky calculation formation. They were the formation cores of this formation. Fellow immortals, how have you all been? Qin Ding Ling smiled and flew over. The Grotto Heaven Lords were expressionless. Some even snorted coldly. Eventually, Old Immortal Huayu and Liang Jingjing welcomed them together. Qin Dingling understood the emotions of these rank 8 Gu immortals. After these people joined Celestial Court, not only did their grotto heavens suffer huge losses, they were also immediately used by star constellation Immortal Venerable as the formation cores of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. This meant that when the 3 Venerables fight and someone tries to break the formation, these grotto heavens would be the first to be attacked. They would become the first line of defense against the enemy. They could be sacrificed if they were careless. Qin Dingling smiled as she conversed with old immortal Huayu and Liang Jingjing. Before her tone turned cold, she said in a reprimanding tone, "Everyone, we have already explained. Celestial Court's justice has a price. If we did not take action and remove the Heaven Vein Node status from your grotto heavens, would your homeland still exist?" The other immortals' expressions changed. Qin Dingling's attitude had not been revealed at all when she had tried to recruit them. Now that it was exposed, the grotto heaven lords could only endure it. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under the eaves. Especially Granny Skeleton and the other Gu immortals. Their grotto heavens were located in immemorial Black Heaven. They were instigated by the situation. They joined Celestial Court together with old immortal Huayu and the rest. Looking at the other variant human grotto heavens left in the immemorial 2 heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only destroyed the grotto heavens in immemorial White Heaven. He did not attack the grotto heavens in immemorial Black Heaven. Granny Skeleton and the others were naturally frustrated. But what else could they do now that things had come to this? After reprimanding these grotto heaven lords, Qin Dingling saw that the immortals had respectful expressions. She snorted coldly. "It seems that everyone has recognized the truth. Now, follow me to pay respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer in the Celestial Court. She refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the Celestial Court and used Wisdom Path methods to conceal the great amplification formation that had already been constructed. She left the Grotto Heaven and started to refine the natural Wisdom Path Dao marks of Central Continent. But because of the lack of immortal essence, the immortal aperture origin cores could not produce enough immortal essence to keep up with the expenditure. She spent her free time helping the Central Continent immortals construct the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Under Qin Dingling's lead, the 2 heavens human grotto heaven lords met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in the sky above Central Continent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She personally engraved Wisdom Path and Star Path Dao marks, using the surrounding 10,000 li as a piece of cloth to weave and paint. After the Fate War, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's trump card was obtained by Feng Yuan. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she started to modify and repair Embroidered Tower. Right now, Embroidered Tower was not only complete, it was even more powerful. Seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mystical methods, the 2 heavens grotto heaven lords were shaken. They paid their respects to her. Seeing them kneeling in the air, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects who were setting up the formation saw this. These members of the Celestial Court became excited. Their morale rose greatly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked down and sensed the complex emotions of the 2 heavens human grotto heaven lords. Most of them felt uneasy, but there were also some who felt resentful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable consoled them expressionlessly. "Everyone, you are all humans. Leaving Eastern Sea Demon Cave is part of humanity. Since ancient times, the Celestial Court has been the sacred land of all humans in the world. It is the highest homeland. No matter what reason your ancestors once hid in the immemorial 2 heavens, Celestial Court will let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Don't worry, Celestial Court treats everyone equally. From now on, anyone who makes contributions will be rewarded fairly by Celestial Court. In fact, in the future, the glory of joining the Heavenly Court and becoming one of them will also fall on the shoulders of you and your juniors." Old Immortal Huayu and the rest were still kneeling. After hearing these words, they expressed their gratitude and praised the righteousness of Celestial Court, expressing their loyalty and confidence towards Celestial Court. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan looked at the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu and let out a breath of air. This Immortal Gu recipe was different from before. The original rank 9 immortal goo recipe of heavenly secret goo came from the truthful floating ice. It was limitless demon Venerable's own foundation. He had digested the chaos in outer space. That was to say, according to the current heavenly Tao, there was no rank 9 heavenly secret goo. In order to seek eternal life, limitless demon Venerable digested the chaos in outer space. He had many achievements that surpassed the current heavenly Tao. Heavenly Secret Goo's rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was one of them. This was indeed a great achievement, but there was still room for improvement. After all, limitless demon Venerable had died long ago. Even if he revived, he was not a refinement path Venerable. In terms of refinement path, Feng Yuan was the #1 person in history. The other Venerables could not compare to him. Thus, Feng Yuan used his own refinement path attainment to modify this Immortal Goo recipe. It was even better than before. It was so excellent that it was beyond the limits of the heavens. Right now, Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of Heavenly Secret Goo's essence. Heavenly Secret Goo was a Heaven Path Goo worm, but Feng Yuan had once thought that it was a Wisdom Path Goo worm. This Immortal Goo was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He already had Heaven Path attainment back then. Afterwards, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was refined by one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, Inkstone, but it was destroyed in the Battle of Etion Mountain. Eventually, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was refined by Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan still remembered that he used the Refinement Path Killer move Heavenly Light Wheel back then. Activating Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo could detect the thoughts of providence. It could probe the contents of calamities and tribulations. It could allow the Goo Immortal to ask heaven and earth for answers. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. As the saying goes, heaven and earth know, you and I know. Being able to leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Goo Immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. But Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo had a flaw in its usage. 8 out of 10 times of activating Heavenly Secret Goo would fail. Once it failed, one would suffer a backlash and lose 10 to 70 years of lifespan. This flaw was a manifestation of people's misunderstanding of Heavenly Secret Goo's essence. Heavenly Secret Goo was a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Only those who cultivated Heaven Path had enough Heaven Path Tao marks to use it normally. Activating Heavenly Secret Goo not only required immortal essence, it also required a certain amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials. Like Feng Yuan's obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, it expended Heaven Path Immortal materials. Without using Heaven Path Immortal materials, Heavenly Secret Goo could barely be activated, but the price was that the Heaven Path Immortal materials needed would be expended. It would be delayed until the next time it was used. This was the weakness of the Goo cultivator losing lifespan after the backlash from failure. Lifespan Goo belonged to Heaven Path. The lifespan of a Goo cultivator was actually Heaven Path Tao marks. Looking back, Old Man Inkstone did not recognize Heavenly Secret Goo's essence back then. However, this situation was very normal. Sects were constantly developing, and the nature of Goo worms was also gradually explored when they were being used. Understanding things required a process. With this Immortal Goo recipe, I can officially refine Heavenly Secret Goo. Feng Yuan did not lack Heaven Path Immortal materials. This was all because of the fusion of the two heavens. An unprecedented amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials was produced. Xinshang, who was in charge of collecting Heaven Path Immortal materials, was working very hard. Because earlier, Feng Yuan clearly wanted to collect his human path cultivation results, he only handed over a portion of them. This made him very uneasy. For the sake of the clan, and also for himself, he needed to perform better. As long as I refine rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move's power will rise sharply. The two Venerables will continue to be deceived. But before that, I need to make an announcement. Almost all of the two heavens human grotto heavens had joined Celestial Court. The variant human grotto heavens left in immemorial White Heaven were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Regarding this, Feng Yuan had to make a statement. Friends of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, I am Great Love Immortal Venerable. Firstly, I want to congratulate all of you who joined Celestial Court. Don't worry, I will not pursue this matter. How can I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, be such a person? I am very sorry about the destruction of the grotto heavens in immemorial white heaven. Not long ago, I was ambushed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. I could not fight spectral soul demon Venerable personally. I have already mobilized people to evacuate the grotto heavens. I firmly believe that the world needs love and harmony. War hurts everyone, not just humans, but variant humans and all living beings as well. Why can't we live together in peace and happiness? Precisely because of this belief, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entrusted all of his inheritance to me. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was established with this belief in mind. It is not a superforce to fight for supremacy, it is everyone's home. It is an attempt to allow everyone in the world to coexist peacefully. The actions of the two heavens grotto heavens have made me reflect deeply on myself. I know I was wrong, but my thoughts are still restricted by history and tradition. I have decided, from today onwards, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will open its doors. We will abolish all binding agreements. Everyone can join and leave freely. I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, swear to the world that I will not pursue this matter. I will still refine Gu for those who did not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. This is a fair transaction. Those who join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will receive a 20% discount on Gu refinement. Yes, 20%, a full 20% discount. You did not hear wrongly. As for how to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, it is simple. You just need to pay a joining fee. Furthermore, this joining fee will still be yours. It will be converted into contribution points for the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. When you refine Gu in the future, you can use these contribution points to exchange for large amounts of Gu refinement resources. Ouyang Jing Jing, I am not greedy for your light heaven. Your light heaven will be converted into contribution points for the Great Love Alliance. Fellow human Gu immortals who join Celestial Court, I hope you will be well. I also welcome you to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. I will not mind your identities, because the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance has always been free, open, and peaceful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the two heavens human Gu immortals, Jewel Yellow Skies. Chapter 2309. In the sky above Central Continent, the starry sky calculation formation was taking shape. Large numbers of Central Continent Gu immortals were moving around. Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Little Swan Z set up the formation as he muttered, clearly thinking about the problem. Sister Bai Qing, do you think we can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? Not far away, Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xin transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing wore a white dress with a green jade sash around her waist. She smiled. Kai Xin, are you moved? How can I not be moved? There is a 20% discount, and there are no restrictions on entry and exit. Such a huge benefit. If I were not a member of Spirit Butterfly Valley, I would have joined long ago. Is sister not moved? Han Kai Xin said. Colorful butterflies flew around Han Kai Xin, placing countless Gu worms at the designated locations. Fairy Bai Qing pondered. Even though she was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House, she had a good relationship with Han Kai Xin. They were close in nature. They called each other sisters in private. She knew why Han Kai Xin was asking her, because Fairy Bai Qing's daughter was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had a closer relationship with Celestial Court. Fairy Bai Qing shook her head. I am not sure about this. Maybe we can ask Yi Feng Yang. If it were before, Fairy Bai Qing might have directly said her opinion, but after Fairy Myrtle and Feng Joga's betrayal, Fairy Bai Qing could only act cautiously. Little 9. Get to work. After setting up this star path Immortal Gu, we will leave immediately. Far away, He Fengyang transmitted to 9 Palace Crane Little 9. He had had enough. Ever since Feng Yuan made the announcement, all the Gu immortals in the world knew that joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance had huge benefits. They could enter and leave freely without any restrictions. He Fengyang became the target of all the immortals' gazes and questions. After all, He Fengyang had received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions to trade Immortal Gu with Feng Yuan publicly. Forget about what the members of Celestial Court were thinking. Just the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were moved. Who did not lack Immortal Gu? Especially after the 5 regions were unified, the realm walls disappeared, the chi tides swept through the world, and the earth veins and heaven veins were all connected. All kinds of immortal materials overflowed, simply gushing out. Among them, earth path, chi path, and heaven path were the most powerful. The Gu immortals had more immortal materials, transactions in jewel yellow skies became more frequent, but the Gu immortals still did not have many immortal Gu. Everyone had their own specializations. If one was not a refinement path Gu immortal but another path, the chances of success in refining immortal Gu were too low. From ancient times until now, in the 3 million years of human race's rise and dominance, it was all the blood and tears of Gu refinement. Countless heroes and heroes had sunk into the bitter abyss of Gu refinement. The radiance of just a few refinement path great experts could not shine on everyone. The Gu immortals were all heartbroken by Gu refinement, but they had to try again and again. It was unbearably bitter, but there was nothing he could do. But now, a refinement path Venerable had appeared, and this refinement path Venerable was different from other Gu immortals. He was very special. He created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and even conducted public transactions in jewel yellow skies, conducting immortal Gu refinement businesses. This made all the Gu immortals who were tormented by Gu refinement see hope. They felt a sense of warmth. Most of the Gu immortals were moved. No matter how fake Feng Yuan's declaration of great love was, the benefits were right in front of everyone. But the identity of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was a form of restriction. These Gu immortals were worried about the celestial court's thoughts. Thus, they asked He Fengyang about it. Because He Fengyang was the first Gu immortal of Central Continent's righteous path to conduct public transactions with Feng Yuan. According to rumors, he had even received instructions from star constellation Immortal Venerable. He Fengyang had indeed received star constellation Immortal Venerable's orders, but what could he say? Some things could be allowed to happen, but they could not be said out loud. Once it was put on the table, the nature would change. Thus, He Fengyang could only give vague answers. The more vague he was, the more others would want to get to the bottom of it. For example, now, Vicious Lightning Fiend took the initiative to ask. Vicious Lightning Fiend had rank 7 cultivation level, and he had been famous for a long time. Compared to him, He Fengyang could only be considered a minor character in the past. But now, because of his transaction with Feng Yuan, He Fengyang became famous in Central Continent and was the focus of attention. Facing Vicious Lightning Fiend, He Fengyang naturally had to lower his head. He Fengyang spoke vaguely, hinting at him repeatedly. However, Vicious Lightning Fiend wanted a clear answer. He Fengyang was under a lot of pressure. Right at this time, another Gu immortal asked. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. This expert had been rank 7 for a long time, and now there were rumors that he was about to advance to rank 8. When Feng Jiaga was still in Central Continent's righteous path, Immortal Monkey King Shirley was an expert second only to him. Brother He Fengyang, is it true or not? Tell me directly. Shirley was very direct. This time, He Fengyang felt even more pressure. Fairy Bai Qing and Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine transmitted at the same time. Fairies, I don't know either. He Fengyang felt a headache coming on. Brother He Fengyang, why don't you ask him? Vicious Lightning Fiend said. He Fengyang wanted to cry. Brother, please forgive me. I am just a pitiful person. Vicious Lightning Fiend chuckled. You have been in contact with Feng Yuan for a long time. Your relationship is different. How could I not know? He Fengyang was extremely depressed. He almost wanted to roar out loud. I really don't know this demon. He Fengyang was still thinking of a way to reply to Vicious Lightning Fiend without offending him. On the other side, Shirley urged, I have a good idea, brother. If you join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now, I am sure Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not punish you. He Fengyang's eyes rolled. He would rather faint on the spot. He Fengyang was in a difficult situation. Liang Jingjing was also going through a test. Her divine sense had already entered jewel yellow skies, communicating with Feng Yuan's will. After knowing that Light Heaven had been exchanged for a large number of Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance contribution points, she felt very conflicted. She felt very uncomfortable. Because this amount of contribution points was huge, it would be very painful for her to give it up. Liang Jingjing had two Gu immortals with her. Flickering light grotto heaven was already destroyed. In her current situation, she needed cultivation resources even more. But Celestial Court would not support her for no reason. She needed to save every cultivation resource and start from scratch. Thus, the contribution points that Light Heaven had been exchanged for became the greatest temptation. Liang Jingjing was not worried that Feng Yuan would go back on his words. After all, Feng Yuan had already announced it to the world. If Liang Jingjing joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again, Feng Yuan would definitely do his best to protect her and announce it to the world. Liang Jingjing was worried about Celestial Court and the other Gu immortals in the world. She had just betrayed Feng Yuan and joined Celestial Court. Now she wanted to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. What would Celestial Court think? What would the world think of her? At this moment, Liang Jingjing had to admit that she was a little regretful. Of course, her hatred and anger towards Feng Yuan was still the main factor. It did not waver. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan started to refine heavenly secret Gu. This was his third rank 9 immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was much more confident in this Gu refinement than before. Because for this Gu refinement, he had made the most ample preparations in his life. While refining Gu, Feng Yuan thought about the big picture. Now that he had lowered the requirements for joining, it had already caused a huge commotion. The impact would become more obvious in the future. Lord Great Love Immortal Venerable, I am Shang Beggar Fan. I wonder if I can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? A southern border Gu immortal contacted Feng Yuan's, who was inside Jewel Yellow Skies. Actually, during this period of time, many Gu immortals had contacted Feng Yuan's will, but this was the first person who expressed his desire to join the alliance. You can join as long as you pay a fee. Feng Yuan's will replied plainly. Naturally, the entry fee for joining a guild alone and a guild with a superpower would be different. Shang Beggar Fan asked, is it possible to join secretly? Feng Yuan's will nodded, expressing his agreement. Then I am willing to join. Shang Beggar Fan agreed. He made an agreement with Feng Yuan's will about the time and place to exchange the resource points. That's right, the fee to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was resource points. Shang Beggar Fan is a marginal character in Shang Clan, but this time, he was sent by Shang Clan as a representative to join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Feng Yuan immediately understood. Shang Clan was behind this. The resource points that he requested earlier were already beyond Shang Beggar Fan's capabilities. But Shang Beggar Fan agreed. It was clear that he had the support of the entire Shang Clan. Even though Southern Border Shang Clan is not as bold as Wu Clan, their thoughts are very flexible. Feng Yuan smiled. This was just the beginning. Soon, as Feng Clan continued to provoke them, and Wu Clan continued to take the lead, more super forces would come to probe them. These super forces would probably do the same thing as Shang Clan. They would send one person in first to make use of the benefits of being a member of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But all of this was within Feng Yuan's plan. He would let them have a taste of the benefits first. When these super forces could not stop themselves, Feng Yuan would start to restrict the number of Gu immortals they could refine. Next, these super forces would send even more Gu immortals to join secretly, or even their entire clan. Of course, Feng Yuan would not restrict them. They could leave the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance at any time. While refining Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan used information path methods to contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how have you been? Feng Yuan greeted with a warm attitude. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly replied, I am fine, but dirty water fell from the sky and landed on me. Great love, do you have anything to say? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. To speak the truth, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am here to help you. I heard that you have been working hard recently, setting up a super formation that covers the whole of Central Continent. A formation of this scale will definitely need many immortal Gu. And in this aspect, I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, am most proficient. Why don't you join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and enjoy a 20% discount? That is the best way to save money. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable laughed. She was laughing out of anger. Chapter 23:10. Towards Feng Yuan's shamelessness. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was convinced. She had no choice but to admit. Fang Yuan's declaration of taking action was a brilliant move. Fang Yuan lowered the requirements for joining and leaving the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to the lowest level. He did not care about the loyalty of these members. He immediately opened up a whole new situation. He used benefits to fully display the advantage of refinement path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not stop him. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was certain. Right now, all the Gu immortals in the world were restless. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were considering whether to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could order these Gu immortals not to join this Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, she could not change their minds. People's hearts were fickle. But what did Fang Yuan lose in this? Almost nothing. Originally, the subordinates he recruited in Eastern Sea and the two heavens did not have much loyalty. It was only because of the situation that they had no choice but to join Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not hope for them to attack Central Continent and other places in the future. From the fact that Qin Dingling successfully incited a large number of Grotto Heaven forces to defect, these people's loyalty towards Fang Yuan could be seen. If Fang Yuan was the only venerable in the current world, everyone would be loyal to him. But now, there were 4 venerables and 3 venerables. These Gu immortals had a choice. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart. She knew that Fang Yuan purposely contacted her. It was not just to show off his strength. Fang Yuan's suggestion of Star constellation Immortal Venerable joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was just a joke. He was clear that Star constellation Immortal Venerable would not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to build up support for him. Fang Yuan's true motive was to threaten Star constellation Immortal Venerable. At the moment, Zhongzhou State was carrying out an unprecedented formation. At this crucial moment, if Great Love Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal made a move, it would be easy for the formation to fail. Fang Yuan has little immortal essence. He does not want to destroy the Starry Sky calculation formation, nor does he want us to succeed easily, so he contacted me. Fang Yuan had been acting crazily. He did not mind using immortal Gu to exchange for resource points, as if he was trying to increase the foundation of his immortal aperture origin core to increase his immortal essence. Star Constellate Immortal Venerable had also investigated, but like Giant Sun Immortal, she could not find anything wrong with Fang Yuan. Thus, in her mind, Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence all along. This left a deep impression. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised that Fang Yuan contacted her. She agreed to transact with Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court would pay resource points, primordial domain, and immortal materials in exchange for Fang Yuan refining immortal Gu for Heavenly Court. Star to 2-2, Star Constel Immortal Gu 2-do. The transaction, Star to do, Celestial Sect Imto Exchange would be, Clan's great deal. Fang Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was protecting their formation. This was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. According to the current incomplete formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not out of the ordinary. It was within the range that Fang Yuan could endure. Fang Yuan gave up on attacking and destroying, in exchange for a peaceful deal that was more beneficial to himself. It was a win-win situation, especially now that he was refining Heavenly Secret Gu. At this juncture, Fang Yuan could not resort to force at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Primordial Domain as a bargaining chip. It was a small surprise. Fang Yuan had been negotiating with the Celestial Court for the Origin Domain all this time. Primordial Domain's value to him was much higher than to Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not relented, but now, she finally revealed a small portion of Primordial Domain to tempt Fang Yuan to accept this transaction. Maybe in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's view, I have not taken back the Primordial Domain in Jewel Yellow Skies because I lack the method to do so. Thus, giving me a portion of Primordial Domain in a short period of time will not give me an advantage. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would give me Primordial Domain first, I thought that I would obtain this breakthrough in the blood path transaction with Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan thought of this and got distracted. He contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun? Star constellation Immortal Venerable is making such a huge move. The formation that she wants to set up must be extraordinary. She is the #1 wisdom path Gu cultivator in history. If she has the help of the formation in the future, we might not be able to detect it even if we fall into her trap. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, replying, "What do you think?" Fang Yuan said directly, "I am willing to work together with Giant Sun to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable and destroy her formation. Wisdom Path is no small matter. It can be seen from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cannot let her set up the Immortal formation smoothly." Giant Sun Immortal said ambiguously, "This is a good suggestion." Then, "Great love, have you considered Heavenly Lord Baizu's suggestion?" Fang Yuan chuckled, "That can be discussed. I have many Blood Path research results and Blood Path Immortal Goo." Giant Sun Immortal had been looking to purchase Blood Path resources. Now that Fang Yuan took the initiative to give in, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly, immediately contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has just contacted me. We are going to attack your formation together. I wonder what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinks?" Giant Sun Immortal directly sold out Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart, using the same method to transact with Giant Sun Immortal. The three Venerables negotiated and schemed against each other. As a wisdom path Gu cultivator, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was superior. She had the initiative. Eventually, she gave up on a portion of the benefits and settled the issue between Fang Yuan and Giant Sunday. We finally managed to stabilize these two. But if our formation was stronger, it would not have been so easy to deal with. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have stronger immortal formations, but she could not set them up. Once she set them up, the two Venerables would destroy them. There was no agreement. The Starry Sky calculation formation was carefully chosen by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was above the bottom line that the two Venerables could accept. The two Venerables would rather let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the immortal formation so that they could exchange for some benefits. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis of the three Venerables. Of course, the main reason is because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that the two Venerables were cheating because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not worth mentioning. The three Venerables were paying close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. As they expected, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got rid of the white heaven grotto heaven that he could sense, he charged towards the sun. In the mixed two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like black figure charged towards the sun. This was within Fang Yuan's observation. He thought about it. Back then, I expended White Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not directly control Immemorial White Heaven. He only has Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. He can only represent Immemorial Black Heaven to annex Immemorial White Heaven. Right now, among the two heavens grotto heavens, White Heaven grotto heaven no longer exists. The heaven vein nodes in the grotto heavens were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As for Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they are heavily guarded. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind. He cannot investigate them. Therefore, his only remaining target is the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged towards the sun. This time was different from before. He roared and shouted with unprecedented determination and killing intent. However, the closer he got to the sun, the more obstructions he faced from fire path and light path, down marks of a terrifying scale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body started to melt like wax. Small flames started to appear on his body. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the immemorial two heavens. He had been paying attention to this matter. He evaluated. The sun has existed since ancient times. It has immense power. It is the largest heaven vein node in the world. It is also the largest light vein and fire vein node in the two heavens. Even in my previous life, when I was at my peak, I could not deal with the sun. Now that spectral soul demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind, it will be even harder to deal with. In the previous life, Giant Sun Immortal was invincible in the world. He was invincible in the universe. He could naturally destroy the sun. But there were no benefits to doing so. It would cause great harm to all living beings. Giant Sun Immortal did not do that. Spectral soul demon Venerable finally charged into the sun. Countless pitch-black, pillar-like arms grabbed at the sun. His mountain-like body rampaged in the sun, creating huge currents of light and fire. But at the same time, he suffered even greater damage. His body quickly melted. A vast number of light path and fire path Dao marks were engraved on his body. The soul path Dao marks that he had accumulated were collapsing rapidly. Spectral soul demon Venerable's 3 heads roared in pain. Their gazes were filled with even more anger and hatred. Following his instincts, he activated a defensive killer move. His entire body was covered in a layer of eerie light. Pitch-black smoke surged out crazily, resisting the boundless power of the sun. Spectral soul demon Venerable stabilized his footing for now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable stayed in embroidered tower, watching from the window. The sun is only a lump of heaven path, light path, and fire path Dao marks that has a form but no substance. It can be seen as a tribulation, but this tribulation has lasted for countless years. It has been accumulating since the beginning of the world. Thus, even if it is not a chaotic tribulation, it is not easy for Venerables to deal with. This time, when spectral soul demon Venerable fights the sun, both sides will suffer heavy losses. At that time, it will be time for me to make a move. If spectral soul demon Venerable can be eliminated, it will be greatly beneficial to our celestial court. By then, we can even compromise with the other Venerables. Star constellation Immortal Venerable knew the principle of being flexible. For celestial court, spectral soul demon Venerable was a huge threat. Because celestial court was located in immemorial white heaven, it had the largest heaven vein node in the world. It was just that celestial court was concealed by star constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path methods. Spectral soul demon Venerable did not sense it. However, at the next moment, a change occurred. A giant beast the size of a hill, with a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal goo, escaped in panic. There is a legendary immemorial desolate beast inside the sun, and a rank 9 immortal goo? Star constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal stared with wide eyes. No, not just one rank 9 immortal goo. There is another one. Under the 3 Venerables' observation, the rank 9 wildfire goo inside the sun was no longer concealed. After a few breaths of time, spectral soul demon Venerable reached the center of the sun. He stretched out his remaining dozens of arms, ignoring the intense pain. He sucked the fire goo into his hands. Spectral soul demon Venerable's left head opened its mouth and swallowed the fire goo. Spectral soul demon Venerable screamed in pain. His left head immediately burned like a torch. Without the support of 2 goo, the sun self-detonated with a loud sound. Heaven and earth could hear it. At this moment, all living beings looked up in fear as the sun turned into countless lumps of light and fire, scattering in all directions. The sun was gone. Chapter 23:11. This change happened too quickly. Even the 3 Venerables were unable to act in time. The original plan of the 3 Venerables was to wait for spectral soul demon Venerable and the sun to fight until both sides were heavily injured. Even though spectral soul demon Venerable followed his nature, he had survival instincts. Once they were heavily injured, they would retreat. At this time, the 3 Venerables attacked spectral soul demon Venerable while they were both heavily injured. In the confrontation of 3 Venerables, spectral soul demon Venerable was still a huge variable. They could not completely eliminate the possibility of him regaining his consciousness, so the 3 Venerables had a tacit agreement to eliminate this variable first. Like in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to eliminate all the pseudo-Venerables first. What surprised the 3 Venerables was that the sun was the first to collapse. Different from what people thought, the truth was that the sun was actually hiding 2 rank 9 immortal goo, and a mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast. The foundation of the sun was far beyond their estimation. According to this foundation, spectral soul demon Venerable did not have sentience. It would be even harder to deal with him. He would definitely lose first. However, the legendary primordial desolate beast hiding in the sun was scared away. It was fine if it was scared away, but the important thing was that it took away a rank 9 immortal goo. Once this immortal goo left, the sun lost its core. Its stable state disappeared and it collapsed. Even the strongest and sturdiest goo house can be easily destroyed from the inside. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. A saying of the goo cultivation world appeared in her mind. This sudden change had disrupted her plans. Among the three Venerables, star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill spectral soul demon Venerable the most, because she was the clearest about the threat spectral soul demon Venerable posed to the celestial court. Originally, she wanted to make some sacrifices to lure the other two Venerables to deal with spectral soul demon Venerable and eliminate him. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Fire goo was a legendary immortal goo recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It was a rank 9 immortal goo, but was devoured by spectral soul demon Venerable. This could be ignored for now, but that mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast also had a rank 9 immortal goo. This meant that they had to give chase. This concerned a rank 9 immortal goo, and a legendary immemorial goo was not a problem for Venerables, precisely because it was too easy to succeed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had to seize every second. There were 3 Venerables in the world. She did not want this immortal goo to be obtained by another Venerable. Be careful. There are flames coming like a storm. Fairy by Qing warned. Oh heavens, what do we do? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine looked up at the sky and saw countless fireballs falling down. The level of these flames was too high. Bright Splendor Ring Fire occupied the majority. This was one of the 3 fires in the world. Heavenly Fire, a rank 9 fire path immortal material. Those who were not rank 8 fire path goo immortal experts could not deal with it. However, there was a huge immortal formation in the sky above the central continent. The central continent goo immortals had to defend the formation. They had to deal with these flames. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please give the order. Shirley shouted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She left behind a portion of her will and rank 9 immortal essence to control Embroidered Tower and control the situation here. As for her main body, she resolutely abandoned this place and rushed straight for the 2 heavens. East Sea. Fang Yuan was currently using his investigative techniques to observe the entire 5 regions. The sun disintegrated, turning into countless immortal materials that scattered in all directions. Among them, most of the light path resources are still scattered in the 2 heavens, while most of the fire path resources are in the 5 regions. The fire rain is mostly in Western Desert, while Eastern Sea has the least. The reason was simple: conflicting Dao marks. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had more water path Dao marks, while Western Desert had more fire path Dao marks. Thus, the fire rain favored Western Desert more. These flames are all high-level resources. After collecting them and accumulating to a certain extent, we can create fire path resource points. Especially Bright Splendor Ring Fire. This rank 9 immortal material can only be found by chance. It is very rare. This time, their numbers have increased sharply. This is a good opportunity. We need to grasp it. Fang Yuan immediately gave the order to send goo immortals to various places to collect these fire path resources. Regretfully, he had the most water path goo immortals under him. He did not have many fire path goo immortals. There were also very few rank 8 goo immortals. Regarding this, Fang Yuan used the will in Jewel Yellow Skies to announce, "Good news, good news. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance is holding a new activity. As long as you collect fire path immortal materials and come here to trade, you will be able to exchange for a certain amount of alliance contribution points. After accumulating a certain amount of alliance contribution points, you will be able to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will no longer be resource points. And after joining, the contribution points that can be exchanged with immortal materials will still be there." Fang Yuan's will tossed out a list with the details of the various exchanges. Bright Splendor Ring Fire was at the top of the list. It could be exchanged for the most contribution points. Gua mortals in the world heard this news and became restless. Originally, joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance required resource points, but now, they only needed to collect these Fire Path Immortal materials. For most Gua mortals, the difficulty of joining the alliance had fallen again. Fang Yuan's will revealed. This activity will only last for a short period of time. First come, first serve. Once the Fire Path Immortal materials are collected, this activity will stop. Fire Path Immortal materials? Unfortunately, other than Bright Splendor Ring Fire, the other Fire Path Immortal materials I collect cannot compare to the Heaven Path Immortal materials. In these 2 days, Shunshang continued to search for resources. Are we not going to chase after Fang Clan? Chase for what? Let Celestial Quartz, Zhou Xiong Xin chase after them. Quickly gather these Fire Path Immortal materials, use a portion and sell the rest to Great Love Immortal Venerable. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. More and more Gua mortals in Western Desert started to move around. Southern border. Wu Yong led a large group of Wu clan Gua mortals and started to move. It was a swift and decisive action. Benefits were the main attraction. At once, countless Gua mortals of the 5 regions were mobilized by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan himself was also heading towards the 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Destructive Sun also affected his plan. Originally, he was thinking that if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Sun were both heavily injured, if he succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Goo, he would be able to take action in time and gain some benefits from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, he had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while continuing his disguise. Thus, he had to enter the 2 heavens and act like he was chasing after a rank 9 Immortal Goo. This was the most normal behavior and reaction. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were very astute. Fang Yuan had to do this to not expose any flaws. The sun was extinguished. The entire world of the 5 regions dimmed. The Mortal Goo Masters were shocked. The other living beings were also panicking. Panicked beast roars and bird cries could be heard everywhere. This was an unprecedented change. It was inevitable that it would cause a large-scale panic. Starlight flickered. A legendary, immemorial, desolate beast broke out of the encirclement while bathed in blood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the first to arrive. She waved her hand as the remaining blood chi and scales in the air flew into her hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her Wisdom Path Killer move and deduced. It is Yu Tianguang. She quickly deduced the origin of this legendary immemorial beast. She could not help but feel shocked. Yu Tianguang and Zhua Yihui had once wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, creating a bloodbath. They were very crafty and often worked together. Whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. But eventually, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable conquered the world and killed Yu Tianguang. This was recorded in history. But Yu Tianguang is still alive now. Did he fake his death? Could he fake his death in front of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Or, is this also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement? At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of many things. The situation immediately became a little confusing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chased as she analyzed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's backup plan. According to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revived and became venerable using Heaven Path, he would have a huge advantage in the 2 heavens. Especially after he refined the Heaven Path Tao marks of the 2 heavens, he would be able to control all of the Heaven Vein nodes. By then, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would face a huge threat from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The Sun was also a Heaven Vein node. Back then, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable purposely placed Yu Tianguang in the Sun, he was clearly planning to subdue the Sun. Thankfully, Paradise Earth died and did not revive. From this, it seems that I should thank Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just thought of Fang Yuan when Fang Yuan appeared in her vision. Star Constellation, we meet again. Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind. but she nodded with a smile on the surface. She was very graceful. The two had a warm attitude, but their movements were not slow at all. They moved even faster. The two venerables were on guard against each other as they chased after Yu Tianguang. This Yu Tianguang was also in human form. He had a hunched back. His forearms were long. He had a horn on his head. His body was covered in scales. They were like countless mirrors, shining brightly. Under the pursuit of the two venerables, Yu Tianguang actually managed to escape time and time again. As I expected, this Yu Tianguang took away rank 9 light goo, and it has not been refined by him. It is still a wild immortal goo. Fang Yuan saw some clues. He grumbled internally. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heavenly secret goo's refinement had reached a crucial moment. He did not want to snatch this rank 9 light goo. Once he obtained it, he would face the frenzied attacks of the other venerables. A rank 9 immortal goo could completely break the balance between the three venerables. Nobody wanted such an immortal goo to fall into someone else's hands. But Fang Yuan still had to say what needed to be said. Yu Tianguang, your master, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and I were good friends. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, he gave all of his resources to me. As for you, I did not have the time to tell you. Quickly leave with me. I will do my best to ensure your safety. Yu Tianguang coughed out blood as he cursed. Paradise Earth, that old scoundrel. I was almost killed by him. I had to hide under the sun to recuperate. After sleeping for so many years, I finally regained my senses. He caused me so much trouble. I will not surrender to him. That means it was not Paradise Earth's arrangement? Star constellation Immortal Venerable came to a realization. She could clearly sense Yu Tianguang's emotions. He was not lying. This Yu Tianguang can fake his death and escape from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He is quite capable. Light Emperor, who was hiding in a corner, sighed. He was hiding in the black clouds. He did not want to shine at all. Chapter 23:12. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fang Yuan's body shook as 100 evil dragons appeared around him. The evil dragons flew and surrounded Yu Tianguang in groups. He had already used this compound killer move. If he used it against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a risk of it being broken or countered. But now, Fang Yuan used it to trap Yu Tianguang. The evil dragons pounced at Yu Tianguang from all directions. Some opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, some used their claws to tear, and some even opened their mouths to roar, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianguang also erupted with legendary immemorial level strength. He waved his arms as his body moved like lightning. The horns on his head were extremely sharp. After fighting for a while, 3 evil dragons were cut in half. He had killed several evil dragons with much difficulty, but these evil dragons produced dragon souls and modified the battlefield. The more evil dragons were sacrificed, the more dragon souls there would be, the more soul path Dao marks there would be on the battlefield, the stronger the dragon souls would be. The situation was getting more dangerous. Yu Tianguang charged left and right, fighting a bloody battle, but he could not escape from the evil dragons. Sensing the danger of its host again, the wild rank 9 light goo on Yu Tianguang burst out with power again. Piercing light shone on the entire battlefield. At the next moment, it was about to bring Yu Tianguang away. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Star Constellation chased after Yu Tianguang, they were stalled by this move. They failed repeatedly. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared. Starlight specks flew and instantly enveloped Yu Tianguang's body. Rank 9 Wild Light Goo's power was mostly restrained by the starlight specks. It caused Yu Tianguang's escape to fail. Yu Tianguang was heavily injured instead. Rank 9 Light Goo was still wild. It did not cooperate well with Yu Tianguang. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found a flaw. But this was normal. Even though Yu Tianguang and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo had been together for so many years, Yu Tianguang was almost always asleep. Even if he was awake, with his rank 8 cultivation level, he could not refine a Wild Rank 9 Immortal Goo. Back then, when star constellation Immortal Venerable became venerable, she spent 100 years to refine wild rank 9 wisdom goo. Giant Sun Immortal tried to refine rank 9 love goo, but he still failed. Yu Tianguang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into despair. The enemy he was facing was too strong, and his injuries were too heavy. His entire movement slowed down, but he was still struggling. He was fighting for the glimmer of hope that remained in his heart like a mirage bubble. Don't come over. Don't come over. Light Emperor Lord hid in the dark clouds and watched Yu Tianguang approach him. He grew increasingly anxious and terrified. The direction in which Yu Tianguang was fleeing was coincidentally in his direction. Could this be where my opportunity lies? Light Emperor's body suddenly shuddered as he recalled Giant Sun Immortal's words. He instantly realized that his fortuitous encounter was with rank 9 Light Goo. But, Dad, you've gone too far this time. Light Emperor quickly took a glance at Feng Yuan and star constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not even dare to look at these two venerables for too long, lest they discover him. Light Emperor Lord's bald head subconsciously shrunk into his neck. All along, his body had been shining with radiance, but he had concealed it with all his might. Only a thin layer of light was left on his body now. But Yu Tianguang was escaping crazily. He was almost coming straight for him. At this moment, Light Emperor hated this huge, fortuitous encounter like never before. What he did not know was that Feng Yuan also had similar emotions. The timing is not right. If this happens after I refine Heavenly Secret Goo, I might be able to fight for this wild rank 9 Light Goo with all my strength. Feng Yuan chased after Yu Tianguang while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Thankfully, he had spent a lot of effort to modify Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. Using 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool and the help of other Hairy Man Refinement Path Goo Immortals, Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement continued in an orderly manner. Next is the most difficult part, but at this time, I have to chase after some rank 9 Light Goo. Sigh. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. As for the rank 9 Light Goo, he did not covet it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's value to Feng Yuan was much higher than Light Goo. But now that things had reached this stage, Feng Yuan had to show an intense competitive intent. Fate Goo is destroyed. This situation should be caused by the entanglement of the luck of the other 3 venerables. Feng Yuan had a vague understanding. Once Feng Yuan succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Goo, his strength would rise again. It would not only bring the convenience of obscured Heavenly Secret, it would also bring many other benefits. This way, Feng Yuan's advantage would be too huge. Precisely so, the other 3 venerables were greatly threatened by Feng Yuan. The 3 venerables themselves might not have sensed it, but their luck was already resisting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck, and Giant Sun Immortal's luck were entangled with each other. They mixed together and attacked Feng Yuan. Thus, at the crucial moment of refining Heavenly Secret Goo, Feng Yuan encountered a huge change. For venerables coexisting, 3 facing each other, this is the crucial point of a qualitative change. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. I cultivate Refinement Path as well as Heaven Path, Obscured Heavenly Secret. All these factors have given me a huge advantage. My luck is equal to the other 3 venerables combined. The sum of the 3 venerables here was unknown to them. They had expended a lot of effort to reach the same level as Feng Yuan. Once the venerables understood the situation and saw through the truth, they would work together and reduce the internal conflict. By then, the 3 venerables' combined luck would rise rapidly and surpass Feng Yuan's. Without the 3 venerables knowing, once I get past this obstacle and obtain rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, my luck will be higher than the 3 venerables combined. After the qualitative change, I will not face this difficulty in refining other rank 9 Immortal Goo. After Feng Yuan analyzed, he realized that this was a crucial battle. If becoming a Refinement Path Venerable was the foundation to fight against venerables, then, after successfully refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Feng Yuan would be able to shorten the gap between him and the other venerables. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo would shorten the gap again. It would also deepen Feng Yuan's Refinement Path specialty. And now, Refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo could be said to be the turning point of the three Venerables' confrontation. Once he got past this crucial point, Feng Yuan would vaguely surpass the other Venerables. He would have a true advantage. The star mist rose and blocked Yu Tianguang's path forward. Evidently, this was the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use a battlefield killer move to trap Heavenly Light and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo before making her move. Feng Yuan had never seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable use a battlefield killer move. He hesitated. Was he going to destroy it? It was not impossible for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take Wild Rank 9 Light Goo. It was difficult to refine Rank 9 Light Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Light Path. After obtaining it, before the refinement, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's positive luck would fall sharply. And looking at the situation, to prevent Feng Yuan from destroying her plans, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely give more benefits to Feng Yuan. This was very advantageous to Feng Yuan. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan immediately activated his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow. Metal Paths Yellow Light, Wood Paths Jade Light, Water Paths Light Blue Light, Fire Paths Red Light, Earth Paths Brown Light, Wind Paths Green Light, Lightning Paths Dark Blue Light. These 7 paths lights intertwined and shot out in a spiral towards Heavenly Light. Yu Heavenly Light immediately faced a fatal crisis. If he was hit by this attack, he would die for sure. The rank 9 Light Goo on him would also be destroyed. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already on guard against Feng Yuan. What are you trying to do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shouted. Starlight flew out and formed into a stardust veil. It was like a huge wall that blocked Feng Yuan's 7 kills rainbow. Feng Yuan's thoughts were almost dried up. He had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while maintaining his defensive killer moves and movement killer moves. He had barely managed to activate 7 kills rainbow earlier. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He did not show any flaws on the surface. Star Constellation, you want to obtain rank 9 Light Goo? Aren't you thinking too easily? On the surface, Feng Yuan looked like he was not going to give up. He was going to pester her, but he had already made up his mind. Destroy this wild Light Goo first. If he failed, it did not matter if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained it. With Feng Yuan's current condition, he definitely could not snatch it. First was to destroy rank 9 Light Goo. Second was to let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable get it. And last was to let Giant Sun Immortal get it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not Light Path Goo cultivators. But if Giant Sun Immortal obtained rank 9 Light Goo, the scale of his luck would rise sharply. This was very advantageous to Giant Sun Immortal. He was very skilled in the aspect of luck. He would be able to gain a huge boost. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal has not arrived yet. Is it really good for us to fight like this? Feng Yuan smiled coldly. What's not good about it? If I don't make a move now, wouldn't I be letting you obtain this rank 9 Immortal Goo? Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought. Feng Yuan dealt with the incomplete Star Fog battlefield killer move at times. He attacked Yu Tianguang at times, while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at other times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed a wisdom path venerable. Her mind was filled with thoughts. She took care of all aspects and defended herself well. Even though the situation was in a deadlock, it was clearly tilting towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In the fight between the Venerables, Yu Tianguang was already heavily injured. Rank 9 Light Goo tried to break out of the encirclement, but was obstructed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Seeing that the Star Fog was about to close and form the complete battlefield killer move, Light Monarch could not sit still anymore. Shine for me! He suddenly attacked, using his most powerful technique at the moment. Dazzling white light filled the entire battlefield. Light Monarch risked his life and created a hole in the Star Fog. Escape! 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 Light Monarch escaped frantically. He did not care about that rank 9 Immortal Goo. He had waited for a long time. Finally, the killer move Star Fog was weakened by Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no time to replenish it. Thus, after he attacked, he created a hole in the Star Fog. If he did not make a move and the star fog battlefield was completed, he would have no hope of escaping. Chapter 23:13. Light Emperor's sudden appearance made Star Constellation and Feng Yuan slightly shocked. They did not expect someone to be hiding right under their noses. This person has a profound luck path method. He is definitely closely related to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupil shrunk. The star fog quickly closed up. Feng Yuan also quickly attacked Light Emperor. Light Emperor stared anxiously. He shouted in his mind, "What does this have to do with me? Why are you targeting me? I'm only passing by." But at the next moment, he turned around and saw that wild rank 9 light goo was shining with white light, wrapping around the light of Yu Tianguang as it chased after him. Light Emperor wanted to cry. He finally understood. Wild rank 9 light goo had an intense survival instinct. It was attached to Yu Tianguang. Firstly, because this legendary immemorial beast had many light path Dao marks, it was naturally close to him, and secondly, Yu Tianguang did not have the strength to refine it. But if it landed in the hands of a Venerable, it would be different. Light Emperor opened the only gap in the star fog. He also cultivated light path and only had rank 8 aura. Wild light goo naturally chose to get close to him and escape. "Father, save me." On the brink of life and death, Light Emperor shouted resolutely, "Don't worry, my son." Giant Sun Immortal flew over from the horizon, rapidly approaching. Before he arrived, his killer move had already arrived, successfully blocking Feng Yuan's offensive method. Feng Yuan did not have enough thoughts. He could not change his attacking methods flexibly, otherwise, Giant Sun Immortal would not have blocked him so easily. Of course, this was not a flaw in the other 2 Venerables' eyes. In this battle between the 3 Venerables, Feng Yuan chose to save his thoughts for a backup plan. It was normal for him to fight conservatively. After all, in the 2 Venerables' view, Feng Yuan had the least immortal essence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had already recognized Light Emperor's identity. She immediately activated Star Fog and chased after Emperor Shiguang. The distance between them rapidly shortened. Giant Sun Immortal activated his killer move again. Golden Aurora appeared behind Light Emperor, blocking the star fog. Can I really escape by myself? I might need to borrow the power of wild rank 9 Immortal Goo Light to have any hope of escaping. Father, you've caused me so much trouble. The Light Emperor was a decisive person. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and grabbed Yu Tianguang. "Follow me if you don't want to die." Light Emperor Lord shouted loudly, bringing along protective heavenly light and the wild rank 9 Immortal Goo as they escaped towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang was already on the verge of death and was on the verge of fainting on the spot. It was difficult for him to resist the Light Emperor, so he just let him do what he wanted. After all, the Light Imperial Monarch and he both cultivated the Light Dao, so they were naturally close. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stomped her feet lightly. Her body turned into starlight as she chased after them. He stretched out his hand and threw out the constellation chessboard. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal flew over and slapped his immortal aperture. The door opened and closed as he flew out of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Countless chess pieces flew down from the constellation chessboard like a torrential downpour. Golden light swirled around the Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace as it tried its best to conceal the Light Monarch. However, it was penetrated by the chess piece and turned into a sieve. There were still a large number of agile chess pieces that attacked. The Light Emperor struggled with all his might. His expression was ruthless. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks, he dodged left and right, but he could not dodge them. He could only take them head-on. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks had already been weakened by more than half by Giant Sun Immortal's golden light. Meanwhile, the Light Emperor had pseudo-venerable battle strength after all. Even though he was heavily injured and blood was spurting out of his mouth and nose, his speed did not decrease. "Persevere," Giant Sun Immortal shouted. The situation was urgent. It concerned his son's life and death. He used all his strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Each move was grand and mighty. She immediately felt immense pressure. Seeing that the Light Emperor was about to escape, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked with all her strength while shouting at Feng Yuan, "Great love, Immortal Venerable. How long are you going to watch?" Giant Sun Immortal appeared. Feng Yuan only attacked a few times. They were all small skirmishes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already very displeased. Feng Yuan being so restrained was a huge threat to her. If Feng Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal secretly contacted each other and set up an ambush for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her full strength to deal with Giant Sun, Feng Yuan would suddenly attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be in a passive situation. Feng Yuan had no way to explain it. He had already used all his strength. Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement had reached the most difficult stage. It involved a huge amount of thoughts and mental energy. Feng Yuan was only skilled in Wisdom Path defensive methods. In terms of generating thoughts, he was far inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. And his compound killer move also had a huge requirement in this aspect. Persevere. Feng Yuan could only grit his teeth and encourage himself. "Giant Sun, take this." At the same time, Feng Yuan shouted as he flew rapidly towards Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan did not use any offensive killer moves. He only used his movement methods. But just this small action made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. Giant Sun Immortal started to feel fear. Because Feng Yuan was far away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and was close to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wariness was greatly reduced. And Giant Sun Immortal had to protect his son from the attacks of the two Venerables. He felt immense pressure. He shouted. He had no choice but to use even more trump cards. For example, this move, Shifting Silver Hook. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He sensed the incoming killer move. The Windfire lightning wheels under his feet spun rapidly as he instantly retreated from the spot. At the next moment, his original spot flickered and turned into a pure silver hook. The curved hooks quickly flashed and then disappeared. It was as fast as lightning, but also like an illusion. Feng Yuan continued to move. His figure was like a phantom. He did not stop at his original spot for even a breath of time. Meanwhile, the silver hook continued to flash and attack Feng Yuan. It was only a few millimeters away from him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was furious. In her opinion, Feng Yuan was still playing tricks. He had Cooking Luck Pot to protect him. He could take on the silver hook and attack Light Emperor, but he chose to dodge everywhere. He fell into Giant Sun Immortal's trap. Giant Sun Immortal was very relaxed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was completely unaware of Feng Yuan's true situation. Giant Sun Immortal has never used this luck path killer move before. If I get hit by this move, my luck will be greatly damaged. At the crucial moment when the three Venerables' luck are attacking together, it will be a fatal blow. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. He could not use offensive methods to begin with. He was completely focused on refining Heavenly Secret Gu. But the two Venerables were not easy to deceive. His disguise was extremely difficult. Feng Yuan used all sorts of methods. He almost squeezed his brain dry, but his thoughts had already fallen to an extremely dangerous level. Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement took up most of his thoughts. The current situation was also very tense. Feng Yuan did not even want to touch these silver hooks. He was walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would lose everything. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. She helped Feng Yuan out of his predicament. At this moment, Light Emperor was already very close to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to attack him, but Giant Sun Immortal blocked her with all his strength. Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable urged. Then let me take a gamble. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He almost squeezed his brain dry. He activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal in an extremely dangerous manner. Feng Yuan carried Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he dove down like an eagle, creating intense sounds of wind and thunder as he pounced towards Light Emperor. "Father, save me." Light Emperor was scared out of his wits by Feng Yuan's actions. He could only shout for help. Giant Sun Immortal took on star constellation Immortal Venerable's fierce attacks head-on. He activated a killer move. Golden light shot out like a pillar, obstructing Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dodge. He got close to Light Emperor. You dare to snatch an immortal goo in front of me? Hand over your life. Feng Yuan sneered. His mind was completely blank. Light Emperor stared angrily. He gritted his teeth as his body stiffened like a rock. At the crucial moment, wild rank 9 light goo also erupted. A blinding white light swept across the entire battlefield. Feng Yuan was first hit by the white light. Before being attacked by the golden light pillar, his entire body fell towards the ground like a meteor. Thoughts continued to appear in his mind. They were all placed into the goo refinement. He also had to maintain his defensive killer move. He could not support Feng Yuan's thoughts at all. After a few breaths of time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal showed signs of instability. Once this move broke, not only would Feng Yuan suffer a heavy backlash, the other Venerables would also notice something amiss. Feng Yuan's situation was very dangerous. If he was attacked by a Venerable, he would not be able to resist at all. But everything was within Feng Yuan's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were fighting for rank 9 light goo. It was already a crucial moment. They had no time to care about Feng Yuan. Under Giant Sun Immortal's full protection, Light Emperor finally flew to his father's side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were not light. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The two Venerables confronted each other. Their gazes were like lightning as they collided in the air, fighting fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. He did not act rashly. He wanted to open his immortal aperture's entrance a little and place Light Emperor, the unconscious heavenly blessing light, and rank 9 wild light goo into his rank 9 immortal aperture. But he knew that he could not act rashly at this moment. As time dragged on the other side, inside the sovereign immortal aperture's 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the hairy man goo immortals cheered loudly. The most difficult step of heavenly secret goo's refinement had been passed. The difficulty of the following refinement was simply falling like a waterfall. It was a piece of flat land. The thoughts supporting the refinement decreased rapidly. Feng Yuan soon had enough thoughts to think about. He immediately realized that he was falling. He turned around and flew towards Giant Sun Immortal again. When he saw Light Emperor standing beside Giant Sun Immortal, he shouted anxiously, "We cannot let Giant Sun obtain the rank 9 Light Path Immortal Goo. If worst comes to worst, we will destroy it." Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, staring at Feng Yuan with killing intent. "Come at me. I will make you pay a terrible price." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. Feng Yuan accelerated the refinement of heavenly secret goo while looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Star Constellation, this is a rank 9 immortal goo." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression. She was very unhappy with Feng Yuan. "If Great Love Immortal Venerable used your full strength, how could you have ended up like this?" Chapter 23:14. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. His expression was grim. "I just did not expect light goo to erupt so suddenly. It cooperated perfectly with the golden light pillar." Giant Sun Immortal smiled smugly. "My soft gold pillar killer move was created specifically for your reverse flow protection seal. How does it feel?" Feng Yuan nodded. "This move's power is hidden internally. It actually has a mystical impact force. When it collided with reverse flow protection seal, it actually penetrated and shook my reverse flow river, thus disrupting the entire reverse flow protection seal's operation. But unfortunately, this move still has room for improvement. It has not been fully created yet. Otherwise, I would not have calmed the chaotic reverse flow river so quickly." Giant Sun Immortal nodded. He felt some regret about this. Maybe if he gave up on Light Emperor and kept this move, it might become a killer move against Feng Yuan in the future. But Giant Sun Immortal would not make such a choice. He would rather expose himself in advance to protect his son's life. "I was rash this time, to think that a rank 9 immortal goo would be involved." Giant Sun Immortal said to Light Emperor, "Father, what is the point of saying this now? Let's quickly think of a way to escape." All the hairs on my body are standing on end, Light Emperor quickly replied. Even though he returned to Giant Sun Immortal's side, his legs were still trembling. He was on guard. Didn't you create the light body inheritance? Your entire body is covered in light path Tao marks. You don't even have a single hair? Giant Sun Immortal asked curiously. The Light Emperor rolled his eyes and shouted, Dad, now is not the time to care about this. The situation is bad. We need to think of a way to escape. Giant Sun Immortal suddenly laughed loudly. Then let's go. Saying so, he grabbed Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang as he retreated rapidly. You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun, please leave your immortal goo behind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable attacked. The Giant Sun Immortal roared and clashed with the two Venerables, causing the two fragments to explode. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying power of the killer move, nothing existed. Even the supreme ancient two heavens were destroyed, forming a void. In the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens instantly filled up the void like seawater flowing backwards. Using this chance, a golden path flew out from the depths of northern plains. This was Calamity Luck Alter's strongest technique, luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun Immortal purposely left Calamity Luck Alter in Longevity Heaven and left his will and a batch of 9 revolutions immortal essence. At this moment, with the amplification of a vast number of luck path Tao marks in Longevity Heaven, Luck Golden Light Great Path Killer moves power rose sharply. It shot from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven to the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang with him as he stepped onto the path. His speed increased explosively, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown to the horizon. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable were not willing to let this go. But their attacks were constantly running out of energy due to all sorts of accidents around the Golden Path. Even if a Venerable attacked alone, under the chaotic situation of the two heavens, they would either be obstructed by soul beast groups or black-white overturning clouds. This was the power of Luck Golden Light Great Path. Feng Yuan had attacked several times, but he almost caused an accident in the refinement of heavenly secret goo. Feng Yuan had seen Luck Golden Light Great Path killer move before, but this killer move was so difficult to deal with because it was amplified by Longevity Heaven's vast number of luck path Tao marks. Boom! The two Venerables chased into Northern Plains, but they still destroyed Luck Golden Light Great Path in the end. But at this moment, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang down. From start to finish, he did not find a good opportunity to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Giant Sun Immortal had been attacking with all his strength, protecting Luck Golden Light Great Path and blocking all sorts of attacks from the two Venerables. The intensity of the battle was clear to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fully displayed the power of Wisdom Path. She did not give Giant Sun Immortal even a chance. There was another reason Giant Sun Immortal did not dare to rashly put Yu Tianguang into his Immortal Aperture. The wild rank 9 light goo was on Yu Tianguang's body. It sensed that Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura was very close to it. It was very uneasy. Once Giant Sun Immortal made a move, light goo would immediately jump up in agitation. It would act against Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to bring Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang towards Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement is already at the final few steps. Feng Yuan was secretly happy, but he became more anxious on the surface. He shouted, Giant Sun, leave behind the rank 9 Immortal Goo. I will not let you succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely resolute. She did not say anything, but her attacks became sharper. The battle of the three Venerables had finally extended to the vicinity of Longevity Heaven. Light Monarch laughed loudly. Victory was in sight. He shouted, Father, you are so powerful. Longevity Heaven opened the Immortal Aperture's entrance. At the final moment, Giant Sun Immortal had a solemn expression. He did not show any carelessness or flaws. The moment he entered the Immortal Aperture's entrance, rank 9 Wild Light Goo sensed something amiss. It suddenly exploded and wanted to escape. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He was already prepared. he immediately used his methods to suppress it. But right at this time, Fang Yuan also activated a refinement path killer move. Giant Sun Immortal defended against it, but this refinement path killer move had already been prepared by Fang Yuan for a long time. Its power was profound. The killer move affected rank 9 light goo. Crack. With a soft sound, light goo's surface cracked. Ah! Oh no! Light Monarch cried out. But thankfully, light goo was only injured. It survived and was not destroyed by Fang Yuan's attack. Giant Sun Immortal finally stepped into longevity heaven. He looked at Fang Yuan angrily. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Good method. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. You have soft gold impact pillar. I will return you an incomplete refinement move. Giant Sun Immortal said good 3 times. He glanced at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable before closing the door and vanishing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan with a dark expression. She criticized, Fang Yuan, since you have an incomplete refinement killer move, why didn't you use it earlier? Giant Sun Immortal succeeded in the end. She finally sensed that something was amiss with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was dark. If I did not make deductions during the battle, I might not have been able to use this move even at the last moment. I can injure light goo. What about you, Star Constellation? Humph. If I did not fight for the opportunity for you, would you have such results? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a displeased expression. She did not want to talk to Fang Yuan. She turned around and left. From start to finish, the two did not try to enter longevity heaven. It is really convenient to have a base. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were actually quite severe, but with longevity heaven, he was invincible once he entered. Longevity heaven is like this. Celestial court is even more terrifying. Fang Yuan deduced the power of luck, changing golden light great path. He felt a chill in his heart. He did not stay in northern plains. He quickly returned to eastern sea. His obscured heavenly secret killer move's effect had been greatly expended after the intense battle. There was not much left. Longevity heaven. Father, how is Light Goo? Light Monarch was very concerned. Don't worry. That scoundrel Fang Yuan became venerable in refinement path after all. He heavily injured rank 9 Light Goo, but I also took the chance to suppress him. Giant Sun Immortal coughed twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Father, are you all right? Light Monarch asked again. In his memories, Giant Sun Immortal was so grand and strong. He was an invincible existence. But now, he saw Giant Sun Immortal's fatigue and injuries. Times had truly changed. Light Monarch recalled the entire process. He had a dejected expression. He found that he, a great pseudo-venerable, was just a mascot. At most, it could only be used as a bait to lure the Light Goo to his side. Most of the process was because of Giant Sun Immortal. Father, you should quickly heal your injuries. Light Monarch was very worried. This was the first time he had seen his father so heavily injured. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. I need to watch them leave northern plains and prevent them from destroying and slaughtering the Huangjin tribes. Light Monarch was shocked. They are venerables. They won't be so shameless, right? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might not, but I cannot guarantee that Fang Yuan will not be shameless and crafty. Most importantly, we unexpectedly obtained a rank 9 Immortal Goo this time. Our gains are truly huge. O great light, you are truly my son. Giant Sun Immortal's praise made Light Monarch's spirits rise. He patted his chest. Father, I will work harder. Cough, cough. He patted his chest with too much force. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Father and son looked at each other as they coughed out blood, smiling bitterly. Giant Sun Immortal waved his hand. Your injuries are also severe. Go and heal them. We gained the most this time. We need to recuperate and digest our gains. When our strength rises in the future, we will return today's injuries several times over. Light Monarch hesitated. Father, this Light Goo is injured. What do we do? That celestial court spent a lot of time and resources to repair Fate Goo. Hearing this, Giant Sun Immortal could not help but frown. Let's talk about it later. In the sky of Central Continent, All kinds of fire immortal materials were gathered by star constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. They were all stored in Celestial Court's secret treasury. The starry sky calculation formation was not disrupted too much. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied with this. To her, this battle was very sudden. Star constellation Immortal Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence, but she also had many gains. Even though Giant Sun obtained rank 9 light goo, it is an injured immortal goo. Giant Sun cultivates light path and blood path. He cannot use light goo. Rank 9 light goo is not great development goo. The latter does not need to be refined. While the former can only be used after refinement, Giant Sun needs to expend some immortal essence. It is possible that Feng Yuan created the remnant refinement killer move during the battle, but it is more likely that he was restricted by his immortal essence. Thus, he did not use it much. But in the end, he was in a rush to destroy light goo and expose the remnant refinement killer move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the two heavens again. Without the sun, the two heavens were dark and gloomy. In the depths of the two heavens, spectral soul demon Venerable was bathed in fire. He screamed in pain. Rank 9 fire goo was not so easy to swallow. This might be another opportunity. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She paid closer attention to spectral soul demon Venerable. Chapter 23:15. Spectral Soul Annihilation. The fight between the three Venerables started and ended abruptly. The influence of this fight was spreading to the whole 5 regions. Southern border. Such a huge free fire. The rank 4 Goo Master Xiao Yin was dodging with all his strength. A huge lump of orange fire surged towards him. It was as large as an elephant, trying to devour him. Just as Xiao Yin was about to take action and collect this free fire, a Goo Master suddenly attacked. Bam! With a loud explosion, Xiao Yin was sent flying. Who is it? This is Shang Clan's territory. Xiao Yin shouted. Not only did he fail to collect the free fire, he was also heavily injured. Hee. You are so proud of being a dog of Shang Clan? A demonic Goo Master walked out of the shadows. He also had rank 4 cultivation. Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk. So it is you, Fiery Star Bao Tong. He immediately understood why Bao Tong attacked him. He also cultivated Fire Path. He was definitely interested in this free fire. Bam bam bam. The two fought intensely. Sparks flew and explosions occurred continuously. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but gradually, Xiao Yin gained the upper hand. Bao Tong became angrier as he fought. Xiao Yin was only a rising star. To think that he could fight to a draw with him, and even show signs of suppressing him. This was the benefit of having a large force behind him. A moment later, Bao Tong spat out blood as he retreated. Holding his chest, the soot on his face could not hide his ugly expression. It seems that the rumors are true. You actually have so many rank 4 goo. You are a subordinate that Shang Clan leader Shang Xinci slept with, right? Xiao Yin was furious. Scoundrel. You dare to slander clan leader. Xiao Yin had wanted to let Bao Tong go. He did not want to pursue him. But now, he was filled with anger. He pounced at Bao Tong. Bao Tong thought to himself. He was forced to retreat under Xiao Yan's ferocious attacks. The situation was dangerous. In another dark corner, there was another Goo Master quietly observing this battle. This Goo Master had rank 5 cultivation. His face and body were blurry. He was shrouded in fog. Shang Xinci. The rank 5 Goo Master gritted his teeth. He had deep hatred towards Shang Xinci. A will occupied his mind. Little Tian, don't be impulsive. Shang Xinci is a Goo immortal seed of Shang Clan. It was not easy for you to escape and hide your identity. What he needed to do now was to hide in the dark and cultivate diligently. I will strive to break through the limits of mortals and become a rank 6 Chi Path Goo immortal. The rank 5 Goo Master was Kong Ri Tian, and the will in his mind was Kong Shang's will of providence. Back then, when Kong Ri Tian inherited Shang Tian's true inheritance, Wu Ji, Shang Xinci, and the others fought over it. He swore that he would take revenge in the future. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. But Ancestor, I'm very confident that I can ascend to immortality. But didn't you advise me not to ascend as an immortal for the time being, and not to miss the exceptional opportunity to learn from nature? Kong Sheng explained. Spectral Soul succeeded in destroying the sun and destroyed a large number of white heaven path nodes, heaven pillars, heavenly chasms, and so on. The primordial white heaven would be rapidly swallowed by the primordial black heaven. The confusion of the two heavens and the chaos of providence would not last for long. Once providence stabilizes, it will be time for you to undergo your immortal ascension. So that's it. I really can't wait. Kong Ritian snickered. At the next moment, he suddenly attacked. Since I can't take revenge on Shang Xinci for now, I'll find her subordinates and kill her lover, Xiao Yan. I'll let her have a taste of pain. Kong Ritian's mind was filled with killing intent. Don't worry, after I kill Xiao Yan, I will frame Bao Tong. I am very familiar with this method. Kong Ritian secretly pounced towards Xiao Yan, but the latter was completely focused on Bao Tong and did not sense anything. Sigh. Then you must end this quickly. Kong Shang Tians will sighed helplessly. That night, golden flames burned the entire mountain. Countless living beings were buried in the sea of fire. The flames soared to the sky and were near Shangliang Mountain. Shang Xinci quickly discovered them. Oh no, something happened on Xiao Yan's side. A pure natural fire does not have such power. Shang Xinci's heart sank. She could not help but worry about Xiao Yan's safety. Even though she only had rank 5 cultivation level now, she had great foresight. She could tell that this was an immortal material flame from the flames. Shang Xinci did not send reinforcements to Xiao Yan, because immortal materials were no longer mortal matters. Shang Clan's Gu immortals would definitely go and deal with them. Shang Xinci looked at the sky. Without the sun, the sky was pitch black. This gentle and kind woman sighed deeply. Her expression was filled with worry. I wonder how many people are suffering in torment at this very moment? Even though I am Shang Clan's leader, I am still too weak. The change in the world caused people's hearts to tremble. In southern borders Gu Master World, the demonic path became very rampant. Shang Xinci had already tried her best to save them, but against natural and man-made disasters, her efforts were just a drop in the bucket. Eastern Sea, White Crane Sea area. Nangong Yuan was trying his best to gather the crane group. Far away from where the sky and sea intersected, vast frost energy swept over, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly. White Crane Sea area was originally owned by Eastern Sea Lone Immortal Qin Bai He. After Qin Bai He was killed by Feng Yuan, White Crane Sea area was taken over by the nearest super force, Nangong Clan. Nangong Clan invested a lot of resources and built a formation. They wanted to manage it properly, but the sun was destroyed by Spectral Soul. Once the sun went out, the 5 regions' temperature continued to fall. White Crane Sea area was next to ICC area. It suffered even more. In the last few days, ICC area had already expanded by 4 times. White Crane Sea area was about to be devoured by ICC area. The world is changing. This is truly an unprecedented chaotic era. Nangong Yuan sighed. Nangong Clan's situation was still good. Su Clan controlled Light Wave Sea. Once the sun went out, the value of the entire sea area plummeted. Su Clan was extremely busy. Of course, there were also super forces that took the chance to make huge profits. For example, Eastern Sea's Hua Clan. Hua Clan's rank 8 Immortal Gu House Jade Cloud Fireworks warship entered the 2 heavens many times, collecting a vast amount of cloud path resources. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path was very envious. The world was changing, not to mention mortals and Gu Masters. Even super forces and Gu Immortal experts were affected. They were in a state of unrest. Some were overjoyed. Some were worried. Some decided to leave their homes and start anew. In the darkness of the night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had already flown to the border of Northern Plains and Western Desert. They were originally 2 of the traveling 3 elites, but after Han Dong's death, there were only 2 elites left. They were Northern Plains lone immortals, but they were not willing to join the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Gu cultivation world, people had their own hearts. There will always be people who prefer more freedom. As Longevity Heaven continued to work hard, Northern Plains' living space for lone cultivators became smaller and smaller. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were not willing to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Southern Border were more suitable for them. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Windpath, while Su Guang cultivated Lightpath, they were more suited for Western Desert's environment. Sigh, we have to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I feel that it is hard to leave my homeland. Lu Qingming sighed deeply. Su Guang said, Western Desert is in chaos, and Fang Clan attracted its attention. It is more suitable for us to cultivate. Let's go. The 5 regional walls have vanished. The 2 heavens have fused into one. Heaven and earth are our home. Hee. Lu Qingming laughed. You are more carefree than me. But at the next moment, their expressions changed. A terrifying pitch-black darkness suddenly descended. The 2 immortals could not resist. They were grabbed by the mysterious expert, unable to move. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear, because the one who captured them was not a Gu immortal, but a legendary immemorial desolate beast. This legendary immemorial beast was like a giant. Its body was black as ink. A head of jet black, thick hair hung down to his waist like a cloak. Its eyes were huge, emitting a bloody light. At this moment, 2 huge claws were grabbing Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zhuo Yihui. Zhuo Yihui's voice was deep and hoarse. 2 Northern Plains Gu immortals. You can lead the way. Tell me, Longevity Heaven, how do I infiltrate it? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. Western Desert. An extremely short confrontation had come to an end. Flower petals fell and gathered, forming Wan Zihong's complete immortal body. She looked at Ling Husu's disappearing figure as she smiled. Ling Husu, interesting. Zhou Xiong Xian's expression was ugly. This Ling Husu deserves to die. If he did not use Fang Clan's name to steal, would we have been misled by him? Zhou Xiong Xian wanted to find Fang Clan's hiding location, but to think that he followed the wrong clues. Ling Husu was a rare theft path Gu immortal. He had once stolen Fang Dongshi's soul core in Sand Heap Blessed Land. Evidently, he did not just obtain the soul core, he even used it to disguise himself as Fang Clan's item. While spectral soul destruction was in a state of panic, he committed crimes everywhere, purposely leaving behind clues and placing the blame on Fang Clan. In the end, Zhou Xiong Xian exposed him. Back then, the pursuit was very short. Ling Husu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used a strange theft path method to escape from the 2 rank 8 experts of Celestial Court. In the sky of Central Continent, many Gu immortals' gazes were gathered on Gu immortal Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji successfully placed the final immortal Gu. Good. Prepare to activate the formation. Inform the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens grotto heavens to pay attention to the grotto heavens formations. Friends in the formation cores, please check again. After arranging everything in an orderly manner, the Starry Sky Precision Calculation Array was finally activated. First, a star shone with dazzling starlight, then the second star, the third star. After more than 10 breaths of time, millions of stars shone brightly in the sky of Central Continent, forming a beautiful star chart. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is finally complete. Li Xiaobai sighed internally at this sight. Not long ago, Fang Yuan's main body had secretly contacted him. As profound literature Grotto Heaven turned to Celestial Court, this move of Li Xiaobai's became extremely valuable. But at the same time, Fang Yuan had to be careful. Li Xiaobai was his clone after all. If his identity was exposed and he was captured, it would become a huge weakness of Fang Yuan's main body. Chapter 23:16. Millions of stars filled the sky, forming a sea of stars that floated above Central Continent. The blue radiance of the stars interweaved, creating a dreamlike scene. If one looked at the 5 regions now, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert were all shrouded in darkness. Only a few special areas were shining brightly. In stark contrast to the 4 regions, only Central Continent was shrouded in light. Central Continent, which was filled with stars. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star constellation Immortal Venerable understood spectral soul demon Venerable's situation very well. She had already made arrangements. Even Feng Yuan was lagging behind star constellation Immortal Venerable. He was gradually understanding spectral soul demon Venerable's true state. This was Wisdom Path's forte in preparing for a rainy day. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She was multitasking now. She was refining Central Continent's natural wisdom path Dalmarks while healing her injuries. She was controlling the starry sky calculation formation, and a portion of her attention was placed inside Celestial Court. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. Thoughts were plentiful. The starry sky actuarial array was operating slowly. Everything was normal. This formation only had some basic offensive and defensive abilities. It was not even at pseudo-venerable level. But precisely because of this, Great Love Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal gave up on them. They chose to transact with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and seek their own benefits. Giant Sun Immortal had a strong need for Blood Path, while Feng Yuan obtained a batch of Primordial Domain. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's main ability was to cover the whole of Central Continent. It could gather information from all over Central Continent and make deductions to mobilize Central Continent's Gu Immortals to cooperate more precisely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was number 1 in Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path was created by her. She was still the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the current world. No one understood the essence of Wisdom Path better than her. Wisdom Path emphasized control. It was the research of fixed numbers. Wisdom Path had 3 essential elements: thoughts, will, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing, wills were fierce, and emotions were disturbing. Wisdom Path cultivation advocated for Gu cultivators to control these 3 aspects. This was the most basic. Thus, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were usually very calm and self-disciplined. They knew how to control and adjust themselves. On this foundation, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were good at memorizing information and understanding the current situation. This was controlling the present. Furthermore, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators could use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities based on the rules of heaven and earth and common sense. This was controlling the future. This was the essence of Wisdom Path. Precisely because of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only Venerable in history to become one with the Tao. She interfered with Providence and affected Fate Gu because fate was the greatest determinant in the world. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the most unique. Countless pieces of information flowed out of the starry sky calculation formation like streams, entering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. This information included the most basic topography of mountains and rivers, weather changes, the distribution of the various Gu cultivation forces, and even the specific locations of Gu Immortals, their current conditions, and so on. A vast amount of information poured into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like rivers flowing into the sea. If it was Giant Sun Immortal or Great Love Immortal Venerable, they would not be able to handle it. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was different. She mainly cultivated Wisdom Path. Her mind was vast, far surpassing other Venerables. She received this vast amount of disorderly information with ease. She had more than enough ability to handle it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a faint sense of joy in her heart. Her control over the whole of Central Continent was rising rapidly. The more information a Wisdom Path Gu cultivator had, the more they could display the advantage of Wisdom Path. Why else would Information Path and Wisdom Path be the most compatible? With the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, I can monitor the whole of Central Continent at all times. It is like mini-heaven overseeing tower. Central Continent's mood is rather stable. The morale of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is higher than before. It seems they have compared the situation of the other 4 regions. However, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation is only at the most basic level now. It still has a lot of room for improvement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought to herself. For example, in terms of collecting information, her investigative methods were not good. Not to mention Gu Immortals, even Mortal Gu Master experts could conceal their own secrets to a certain extent. For example, in the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, there were few Information Path Immortal Gu that stored information. they needed to be replenished. Of course, the best arrangement was to directly insert the Qian Kuren crystal wall. For example, the starry sky calculation formation's deduction, thinking, and deployment abilities could also be raised. But this also required a large number of related immortal goo. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created computer goo, wisdom brain goo, light brain goo, and others. Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable created a special immortal plant, brain goo. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable once had monkey brain goo, dragon brain goo, phoenix brain goo, as well as brain goo that could be used with strength path methods. There was also Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's food path research, brain goo. These goo worms were suitable for the Starry Sky calculation formation. Other than that, the Starry Sky calculation formation's basic offensive and defensive abilities also had huge room for improvement. However, the Starry Sky calculation formation has already reached the bottom line of the other Venerables. Any improvement in any aspect will attract the Venerable's attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable observed the world. The Starry Sky calculation formation was mainly restricted by external pressure. It also needed a large number of immortal goo. Thus, it could only stop here for now. Next, I will gather the information of all the goo immortals in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lifespan, cultivation level, path, immortal goo, killer moves, immortal aperture situation, path attainment level, and so on, will be sent to the Starry Sky calculation formation for allocation. As for the goo immortals in the two heavens grotto heavens, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This matter could not be rushed. Spying on a goo immortal's information was a taboo to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forcefully pushing it, and because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinates of the Celestial Court, it was possible to do so. Even so, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would feel uncomfortable. They might even hide it secretly. But these were minor details. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to force it. Forcing it was going against the will of the people. It was going against the grain. How could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? When the immortals start to taste all sorts of benefits, their mentality would gradually change. They would even take the initiative to cooperate with the Starry Sky calculation formation. In this situation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would force the goo immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens to report their complete information to the Starry Sky calculation formation. She could not do so now. Many super forces of the two heavens grotto heavens had just joined the Celestial Court after all. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did this, not only would she disappoint them, she would also let the world see the plight of the foreign goo immortals who joined the Celestial Court. In the long run, it would be disadvantageous to the Celestial Court and the future situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable first refined the Celestial Court and interfered with Western Desert, obstructing and interfering with Feng Yuan's arrangements. Then, she created the Great Development Immortal Formation and instigated Feng Yuan's two heavens grotto heavens forces to defect. Afterwards, she worked together with Feng Yuan to defeat Giant Sun, creating the most basic Starry Sky calculation formation. She made all sorts of moves. She countered them as they came, but she also did it steadily. Right now, the Celestial Court's situation was clear. The dark clouds of their previous defeats were swept away. Their future was bright. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries are more severe than mine. He is also repairing and refining rank 9 light goo. As for Feng Yuan, he lacks immortal essence, be it refining natural Dao marks or fighting venerables. He is unable to do anything. The biggest variable is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Thinking of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again. In these 2 days, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames. His mountain-like body was melting and recovering rapidly. His 3 heads had twisted expressions as they screamed in pain. Spectral Soul. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Intense killing intent surged in her heart again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan's heart shook. Joy filled his heart, but his expression did not show it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was refined successfully. Ever since the battle for Light Goo, Feng Yuan had passed the most difficult period of raising Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement. Next, Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He did not refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. He acted like he was accumulating immortal essence while secretly refining heavenly secret goo. Just now, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. He refined rank 9 heavenly secret goo. It was very rare. This was only his first attempt, and he had already succeeded. The main reason was because of rank 9 advanced refinement goo. It helped Fang Yuan a lot. Furthermore, heavenly secret goo's immortal goo recipe was outstanding to begin with. After Fang Yuan's modification, it had reached a certain extreme. But looking back at the entire process, the difficulty was quite high. If not for Fang Yuan risking his life, he might have failed miserably. With rank 9 heavenly secret goo completed, Fang Yuan's next step was to modify obscured heavenly secret. This step was not difficult at all. Fang Yuan was very confident. He had already accumulated a lot of experience in modifying heavenly secret goo. Obscured heavenly secret was also outstanding enough. It was the most stable foundation. I need to find a chance to meet Li Xiaobai and use the rank 9 obscured heavenly secret killer move on him. That way, he will be able to hide peacefully. Maybe I can use this chance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal was doing his best to heal his injuries. Using the vast amount of luck path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, he was slowly whittling away at his star path, wisdom path, and refinement path Dao marks. Even though he obtained rank 9 light goo, he felt an even greater sense of urgency. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable swallowed a wild rank 9 fire goo. He is truly foolish. His mind is not clear. There is no way he can refine fire goo. Right now, fire goo is fighting desperately in his body to protect itself. It is whittling away at the soul path Dao marks in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable weakens to his limit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will definitely take action. There will be another intense battle by then. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his investigative killer move. He needed to start storing immortal essence. This time, in order to protect Emperor Light and rank 9 Light Goo, he had to fight against 2 Venerables at the same time. He expended a lot of immortal essence. If they fought against 3 Venerables because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, because of the advantage of rank 9 Light Goo, he might be targeted by the other 2 Venerables. Rank 9 Light Goo was obtained by Giant Sun Immortal, but it was a hot potato. Chapter 23:17 Celestial Court. 10 rank 5 Goo Masters excitedly arrived at an important place in the depths of Celestial Court. They were the 10 children of human path. This is the Great Yin Formation? Xiao Qi Xing walked at the front. Behind him were Sun Yuan Hua, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wushang, Ing Shangji, Chen Dejiang, Tang Ruqi, Sun Yao, and Zhao Shuyi. These 10 were the most outstanding Goo Masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were heavily nurtured by Celestial Court and became rising stars of human path after cultivating painstakingly in Divine Emperor City's painting world. They bore a heavy burden. It was the desire of the past venerables of Celestial Court towards human path. It was the germination of Central Continent's grand plan to dominate the 5 regions. The 10 looked over and saw a gray-white light that was like a mountain or a sea in everyone's vision. This light was constantly changing, sometimes winding like a dragon, sometimes dancing like a butterfly, sometimes standing tall like a wall, and sometimes rippling like water. The Great Yin Formation was personally set up by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is the greatest secret of Celestial Court. How honored are we! We are actually the first batch of Goo Masters to enter the formation to cultivate. Black Heaven annexing White Heaven is already a foregone conclusion. Providence will stabilize and no longer be chaotic. Not long later, it will be time for us to become human path Goo Immortals. So, the Great Yin Formation is our greatest fortuitous encounter before we become immortals. We must grasp this peerless opportunity. That's right, after entering the formation to cultivate, our relevant memories will be erased. We don't know when we will be able to come again. The 10 children of human path discussed for a while, and finally arranged the order of entering the formation. Sun Yuan Hua was the first to enter the Great Yin Formation. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he staggered out of the changing light and shadow. How was it? What did you experience in the formation? What gains did you get? Quickly tell us. The other 9 quickly gathered around and asked. Sun Yuanhua's expression was still a little dazed, but he quickly recovered. He recalled. After I entered, all I could see was a vast white fog. I tried to step into it and vaguely saw a figure. I chased after it. The more I chased, the further I went. I don't know how far I went, but more and more people appeared in the white fog. At first, there were 5 or 6 of them, then 50 or 60, then 600 or 700. When I finally came to my senses, I was already in a sea of people, surrounded by people. I wanted to ask, but I couldn't make a sound. I tried to smile and connect with these people. In the end, I discovered that they were all smiling at me. Their smiles are fake, like a picture drawn with lines. Can you imagine it? Tens of millions of people surrounded me with this kind of fake smile, crowded around me, and squeezed tighter and tighter, making it hard for me to breathe. I used all my strength to push them away, but my strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, I was drowned by countless people with fake smiles. By the time I reacted, I had already stepped out of the formation and met you all again. At the same time, a skin figure Gu's immortal Gu recipe appeared in my mind. After Sun Yuanhua finished narrating his experiences, there was still lingering fear on his face. He revealed the truth. It would be very helpful to the others. Why does it feel like I had a nightmare? This formation is truly profound and extraordinary. Currently, it seems that after going through the Yin formation, a human path immortal Gu recipe will appear. We can't make a conclusion with just one person. Who will be next? The other human path 9 children discussed for a while, but they could not find anything. The second choice was Gu Ting. Gu Ting slowly walked into the fog under everyone's gazes. After a few minutes, Gu Ting walked out of the formation with a dazed expression, similar to Sun Yuanhua earlier. But soon, he recovered. Everyone gathered around him, listening to him narrate his experiences. Gu Ting's experience was different from Sun Yuanhua. He did not see anyone. In fact, he felt that he did not even open his eyes. His greatest feeling was the music. The music produced by a certain instrument was constantly lingering in his mind. When the music stopped, Gu Ting walked out of the immortal formation. I received an immortal Gu recipe. It is my modified vital Gu, musician Gu. The 10 children of human path discussed among themselves. Skin figure Gu and musician Gu were human path Gu worms. They were also Sun Yuanhua's and Gu Ting's vital Gu. This means that the gains are related to vital Gu? More accurately, it should be the immortal Gu recipe of vital Gu? This is too useful to us. That's right, who knows, we might be able to use the excess tribulation chi to refine our vital immortal Gu when we undergo tribulation. The 10 children of human path were very excited. They were going to cultivate human path. This was the arrangement of the celestial court. There were advantages and disadvantages to cultivating this path. The advantage was that it was a brand new path. They could dominate the world with one move. Once human path developed, they would have a natural advantage over other paths. The disadvantage was that because they had just started developing on a large scale, the road ahead was dark. There were almost no inheritances to support them. The 10 children of human path had to forge a path for themselves. As for the celestial court, even though the Venerables had human path killer moves, these killer moves were too high level. They were related to secrets. The 10 children of human path could not come into contact with them. The 10 children of human path knew clearly. It was extremely difficult for them to create human path immortal Gu recipes. The amount of time, resources, and manpower they would expend was immeasurable. Even during the tribulation transcendence, using the peerless opportunity of nature imitation to ask the heavenly will might not yield any results. Because they were developing human path, it was likely that the entire world did not have the corresponding human path immortal Gu. However, when the third person, Shangji, entered the immortal formation, he did not obtain the immortal Gu recipe. I obtained a brand new human path Gu recipe from rank 1 to rank 5. It is called Pill Refinement Master. Shangji's vital Gu had already been changed to Dr. Gu, but after entering the formation, he obtained a different human path Gu recipe. Shangji was somewhat disappointed. After all, his immortal ascension was imminent. Without Dr. Gu's immortal goo recipe, he would not be able to use human path immortal goo for a long time in the future. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying close attention to the 10 children of human path. After Sun Yuanhua entered the formation, his comprehension and experience towards human path formed a profound connection with the inheritance of the former shadow path Gu Immortal of the celestial court, Immortal Lord Guing. Eventually, he obtained the Immortal Gu recipe of Skin Shadow Man Gu. Immortal Lord Guing was a person after star constellation Immortal Venerable's first life. But after star constellation Immortal Venerable looked through the records of the celestial court, she had a deep impression of this person. Immortal Lord Guing had mentioned in his inheritance, even though Shadow Path was only a branch of Dark Path, it had greater potential. Shadow Path was not just a branch of Dark Path, it was also a branch of Light Path. Without light, how could there be shadows? Because of this, if they developed the Shadow Path, they might be able to use it as a foundation in the future to merge the Dark Path and the Light Path, forming a brand new and enormous path. After Gu Ting entered the formation, he formed a connection with the Sound Path inheritance. That was how the musician Gu Immortal recipe was created. As for Shangji, after he entered the formation, he did not form a connection with the inheritances of those healing Gu Immortals. Instead, he formed a connection with Ruandan's Pill Path. Pill Refinement Master Gu, different from Shangji, star constellation Immortal Venerable felt that Shangji's gains were greater this time. Human Path was the path that the Celestial Court focused on developing, while Pill Path was also a brand new path. The small spark created by the collision of these two paths was Pill Refinement Master Gu. It was Shangji's Human Path achievement. He absorbed a portion of the essence of the Pill Path inheritance and turned it into his own achievement. Pill Refinement Master Gu's Gu recipe ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. After refinement, a large number of Pill Refinement Masters can be created. And these Pill Refinement Masters are most proficient in refining Pill Gu. Pill Gu were mostly expendable Gu, and from the many Pill Gu that Ruandan refined, their effects were very strong. Star constellation Immortal Venerable acutely realized, if Pill Refinement Master Gu was popularized, it would change the current situation of Gu Masters at the bottom level. It would have a huge impact. After Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and Shangji, it was Xiao Qixing's turn. This person was vaguely the leader of the 10 children of human path. After entering the derivation Immortal formation this time, he actually obtained the corresponding Immortal Gu recipes of Soldier Gu and Squad Leader Gu. But regretfully, Xiao Qixing's Vital Gu was Martial Gu. Chen Dejiang was the 5th person to enter the formation. His Vital Gu was Capture Gu, but he did not obtain the corresponding Immortal Gu recipe. I obtained Fandor Gu. I have Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 6. They are 1 Fandor Gu, 2 Fandor's Gu, all the way to rank 6 Immortal Gu, 6 Fandor Gu. Fandor Gu are connected to each other. After they are established, my Capture Gu can turn into a constable and quickly teleport from one door to another. After Chen Dejiang was Zhao Shuyi. Her Vital Gu was Craftsman Gu. And after entering the formation this time, she had a connection with a certain Metal Path inheritance, forming the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of Blacksmith Gu. The 10 children of human path entered the derivation Immortal formation one after another. Their gains were huge, but there was a huge difference between them. No matter what, this derivation Immortal formation is too amazing. In just half a day, because of it, the whole of human path in heaven and earth experienced a huge breakthrough and development. Lady Star constellation Immortal Venerable is indeed the #1 wisdom path person in history. The eyes of the 10 children of human path shined. They were willing to submit. They really wanted to enter the formation again, but they were not allowed. It was not that the derivation Immortal formation's power was limited, but that they themselves had reached their limits. The essence of the derivation Immortal formation was to fuse the human path research results of the 10 children of human path with the inheritances and thoughts left behind by generations of Gu Immortal experts, then create sparks and create brand new human path research results. The 10 children of human path had only cultivated human path for a short period of time. They were also mortals who were only rank 5 Gu Masters. Their foundation was very limited. They had already squeezed out all of their potential. If they entered again, they would be corroded by other inheritances and thoughts. It would severely affect, restrict their original path and hopes. They were like seedlings. After being stimulated once, they needed to rest for a long time. Otherwise, they would be pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. They would no longer have their own unique thoughts and human path. Their originally unimaginable future would become dim and unworthy of any expectations. Chapter 23:18. Immortal Killer Move. Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened silently. But Fang Yuan knew clearly how much immortal essence he expended after activating this rank 9 killer move. 360 beads of rank 9 immortal essence. After Heavenly Secret Gu advanced to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fang Yuan into a complete rank 9 killer move. Compared to the original rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 killer move expended a lot more immortal essence. The activation time was 10 times longer. The activation steps were also 5 to 6 times more complicated. Fang Yuan's thoughts were also expended more intensely. After paying a huge price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret's power had become much stronger. This strength was not a quantitative change, it was a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer Move could form a fishnet-like temporary heaven path Dao marks. They were layered and complex, covering Fang Yuan's entire body. For example, it was like a silkworm using silk threads to weave a thick, dense, and bloated cocoon. Right now, the heaven path Dao marks were still in the shape of a fishnet, but they were denser, they were not layered. There was only one layer. This layer of fishnet heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks, they were fixed, forming a certain state. Fang Yuan knew about this. He used investigative killer moves to observe and barely sense this layer of heavenly secret fishnet. It was almost like it existed and did not exist. This fishnet's shape made Fang Yuan immediately think of thieving heaven demon Venerable's ghostly concealment killer move. Truthfully speaking, heavenly secret fishnet was still inferior to ghostly concealment. But Fang Yuan could clearly sense that the two had a certain similarity. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence. It could be maintained for a long time. Heavenly secret fishnet was the same. But heavenly secret fishnet was slightly inferior to ghostly concealment. Even though it could be stabilized, it could be expended. As long as the outside world surveillance was strong enough, the Heaven's Fate fishing net would be damaged in order to resist the surveillance. This damage would be greater than the net's self-recovery speed. Then, the balance of the Heaven's Fate fishing net would gradually be broken, like a sinking ship. Of course, ghostly concealment had its weakness too. However, its recovery speed and defensive capabilities were much higher than the Heaven Fate fishing net. But because Fang Yuan had ghostly concealment, his enemies already knew about it. They targeted and countered him. The true value of ghostly concealment was far inferior to obscured heavenly secret. Even though ghostly concealment was much better than obscured heavenly secret, it was already outdated. Other than the increase in power and qualitative change, obscured heavenly secret had another benefit. That was the consumption of heaven path immortal materials to activate it fell drastically. All of a sudden, it was reduced to the previous 20%. This reduction in the consumption of heavenly law immortal materials would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future accumulation of heavenly law immortal materials. Heavenly law immortal materials were not that easy to obtain. It was only during the past 2 days that Fang Yuan had such a good opportunity. In fact, the reason why heaven path immortal materials could appear in such a large scale was also because of the delirious spectral soul demon Venerable. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu and the Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move were extremely important to Fang Yuan. This was a sprint. If the sprint failed, after Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be attacked by the two Venerables. Just look at how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Giant Sun Immortal because of Rank 9 Light Gu. She was very forceful and aggressive. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Emperor to hide in Longevity Heaven. Only then did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stop. Once Fang Yuan was exposed, he would be using 2 rank 9 immortal goo. He did not have headquarters like Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal worked together, they would be even more terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path controlled fate. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path controlled variables. The two could be said to be restraining each other, but once they worked together, they could complement each other. Feng Yuan could not resist their combined strength. After all, Feng Yuan did not have any rank 9 offensive methods. Even if Feng Yuan resisted them, the external situation of the 3 venerables would be extremely disadvantageous to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not have enough strength to wipe out Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were in an invincible position. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would create some trouble. One could say, once Feng Yuan was exposed, he would fall into a very passive situation. But now, everything was fine. With rank 9 obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, he stabilized the situation at the final juncture. Raising the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was not hard, but Feng Yuan risked his life to succeed. He succeeded in raising the rank 9 Immortal Goo on the first try. There was some luck involved. This was the turning point of the 3 venerables' confrontation. Right now, Feng Yuan's Heaven Path Foundation was at Grandmaster attainment level. He had all sorts of killer moves like Heaven's Jealousy of Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Net, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Order and Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and so on. He also had Immortal Goo like Heavenly Secret Goo, Heavenly Web Goo, Heaven's Envy Goo, and Heavenly Birth Goo. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. By now, the Truthful Floating Ice had already cleared a little more than half of its inventory. What was worth mentioning was that after Feng Yuan became a Heaven Path Grandmaster, the speed at which he cleared the Truthful Floating Ice also increased greatly. This was easy to understand. Feng Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose, his foundation also rose. He could understand and comprehend the other Heaven Path profundities in the Truthful Floating Ice even faster. Back then, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice. He digested it very quickly and almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, I only managed to raise my Heaven Path attainment level to Grandmaster after consuming more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. The remaining portion will be very difficult for me to reach Great Grandmaster. The higher the cultivation level of a Goo cultivator, the greater the gap between their cultivation levels. Attainment levels were the same. About half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Feng Yuan advance from ordinary attainment level to Heaven Path Master level, and then Grandmaster level. But the same half of the Truthful Floating Ice made it very difficult for Feng Yuan to advance from Heaven Path Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. Even so, Feng Yuan was already very satisfied. The Truthful Floating Ice, the spoils of war in Crazed Demon Cave, brought too much value to Feng Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe did not exist in the original Goo cultivation world. Feng Yuan was very clear about this. This Immortal Goo recipe was the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon formation. It absorbed the chaos outside the world and used rank 9 derivation Goo as the core, operating for millions of years. This was far ahead of the entire world. It was very difficult to achieve such an achievement. Feng Yuan's Human Path attainment level was not weak. He was at Grandmaster level. But why did he not try to create a Human Path rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe? It was very difficult. This attempt would expend too much time, energy, manpower, and resources, and the results could not be guaranteed. Because in the current world, there were very few Human Path Immortal Goo. Creating a Human Path rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe was doing something that did not exist in the world. It was expanding the boundaries and upper limits of Human Path. It was also expanding the boundaries and upper limits of the entire world. From 0 to 1, from nothing to something, it was a qualitative change. It was very difficult. From 1 to 2, from something to more, it was a quantitative change. The difficulty would fall drastically. Human Path rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe was already very difficult. Then Heavenly Secret Goo's rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was at least 10,000 times more difficult. Feng Yuan was almost certain that this rank 9 immortal goo recipe was the essence of the largest truthful floating ice. Now, I need to find a chance to interact with Li Xiaobai and secretly use Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. The rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could fool Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The rank 9 killer move was even more likely. Of course, this was based on the fact that Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have the corresponding rank 9 Immortal Goo. If there was no chance, he would create one. But it was not easy to make the two Venerables not suspect him. Feng Yuan looked into the distance, looking at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. Different from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was filled with killing intent, Feng Yuan wanted to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a cover to conceal his true actions. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's entire body was enveloped in fire. Rank 9 Wildfire Goo was at the brink of life and death. It unleashed its strongest attack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been tortured for dozens of days. He was in a terrible state. His body, which was originally as huge as a mountain, had now shrunk by 30%. Even though his rank 9 aura was still berserk, he was showing signs of fatigue. Out of the tens of thousands of thick black arms, only a few hundred remained. One of the 3 heads had already been burned off. However, Fire Goo's aura was not as strong as before. Its aura had clearly fallen by several levels. A rank 8 Goo Immortal quietly got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still had his consciousness, it would be easy to deal with Fire Goo. Unfortunately, his mind is not clear. He cannot even seal off the natural primeval energy, allowing Fire Goo to unleash its terrifying might for no reason. This Goo Immortal had a deep gaze. He was continuously comprehending some sort of mystical thing from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was Feng Jiuge. At this moment, a Soul Beast army was advancing over 100 li away. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the Soul Beast army. He had a ruthless expression as he roared and pounced forward. The Soul Beast army was easily dispersed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his 2 mouths and continued to devour. In just a few breaths of time, he had devoured over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts melted. Their soul path Tao marks were all transferred to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries recovered rapidly, but soon, he was burned by fire. New injuries were created. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has the instinct to eat, he was just lucky. He encountered a soul beast army and managed to stall for some time. Then let me give you a helping hand. Feng Jiuge activated an immortal killer move, Destiny Song. The song was ethereal and heavy. It was filled with contradictions. Initially, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. But soon, the stream seemed to turn into magma. It expanded into a long river. It was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. At the same time, the mountain range beneath the enormous river of lava turned into waves that rose and fell without end. The magma and the waves collided and interacted, creating a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds. The azure clouds rose up. It was as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The lightning pierced through the azure clouds. The immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds. Their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits. At times, they were wandering aimlessly. At times, they bent their backs. At times, they spread their wings and soared. Feng Jiuge's expression turned pale. His current Song of Destiny was far more powerful than before. Furthermore, the song was extremely beautiful. It contained the charm of heaven and earth. Evidently, Feng Jiuge had gained a lot from collecting the heavenly music earlier. Destiny Song only lasted for a dozen or so breaths of time. Feng Jiuge stopped this move and quickly retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed by the terrifying flames. He screamed in pain. It seemed like Feng Jiuge's Destiny Song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body suddenly turned from a blazing red to a gray-blue ice-cold color. Spectral soul demon Venerable calmed down. He was like an injured beast that had finally gotten some time to rest. He did not refine the wildfire goo, but the fire goo no longer attacked or repelled him. Instead, they formed a strange, symbiotic relationship in his body. They were helping each other. Huff, huff, huff. Spectral soul demon Venerable's breathing slowed down. The grayish-blue flames around him gradually retracted until there was nothing left. His entire body seemed to have turned into a tombstone, emitting an endless sense of deathly stillness and coldness. At the next moment, rumble. The flames surged and suddenly erupted. In an instant, they swept out for thousands of miles and rapidly expanded in all directions. Everywhere it went, all living beings disintegrated and burned to ashes. Their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by spectral soul demon Venerable like rivers flowing into the sea. Spectral soul demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly. His body grew larger and larger. Chapter 23:19. In these two heavens, spectral soul demon Venerable's shocking transformation foiled the Venerable's plans again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan raised his head as he activated his investigative killer move. The ice-blue fire had already covered most of the immemorial two heavens, destroying all living beings wherever it went. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last for long. This was an absolute massacre. Spectral soul demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His body had expanded to 100 times the size when he was in Crazed Demon Cave. There were more than 10,000 pitch-black, pillar-like arms. A terrifying aura and killing intent filled the entire sky. He was unmoving in the two heavens, like he had replaced the sun in the day, becoming the absolute overlord of the night sky. Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. He had already found out that the reason for spectral soul demon Venerable's transformation was because of Feng Jioge. After the Fate Destruction battle, Feng Jioge had betrayed the celestial court and vanished. To think that when he appeared again, he would have such a shocking move. What made Feng Yuan suspicious was that Feng Jioge probably had pseudo-venerable battle strength. Only with such strength could he influence spectral soul demon Venerable and retreat successfully. Be it Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they could not investigate spectral soul demon Venerable continuously. Maintaining an investigative killer move expended immortal essence and thoughts. This was also the reason why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up a starry sky calculation formation to inspect the whole of Central Continent in her place. Destiny Song. It can allow spectral soul demon Venerable and wildfire goo to come to an agreement and coexist peacefully. Feng Jioge's killer move has become even more powerful. Feng Yuan was already a refinement path Venerable now. In the entire world, other than Venerables, Feng Jioge was the most important person. He was worthy of Feng Yuan's attention. His talent was outstanding and stunning, and he was also Feng Kim Huang's father. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioge was plotted against by spectral soul demon Venerable, causing him to die while attacking long-hair blessed land. Now that Feng Yuan recalled it, he could see how much importance spectral soul demon Venerable placed on Feng Jioge back then. Precisely because of this, spectral soul demon Venerable set up a trap to kill Feng Jioge. If not for that, Feng Jioge would have been even more dazzling in his previous life. The strange thing was, in the 500 years of his previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable plotted against Feng Jioge. But in this life, Feng Jioge seemed to be repaying evil with kindness. He helped spectral soul demon Venerable greatly. Then, is the reason why Feng Jioge has pseudo-venerable strength because of future self, or is it because of his own cultivation during this period of time? Feng Yuan kept thinking. This was a crucial question. If there was still future self left in Feng Jioge's body, that meant Red Lotus Demon Venerable was still closely related to Feng Jioge. In that case, Feng Jioge was backed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and Feng Jioge might also be part of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. Feng Yuan was very clear about the relationship between these two. Back then, after he failed to rebirth, in order to destroy Fate Goo, he was the one who told Feng Jioge the crucial information, allowing the latter to obtain his Red Lotus true inheritance. Why did Feng Jioge help spectral soul demon Venerable? And the attitude Celestial Court had towards Feng Jioge, it was worth Feng Yuan's consideration. Feng Yuan had already learned that star constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Celestial Court Gu Immortals to capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Then, why did star constellation Immortal Venerable not pursue Feng Jioge? Why did she give Feng Kim Hong the cold shoulder? It was as if she had forgotten about her. What was star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan? Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Feng Yuan had not reborn. There were many secrets and secrets that he did not know. And because he lacked investigative methods against Venerables, and he had to pretend to be weak, Feng Yuan could only make guesses now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had finished healing her injuries. She left Celestial Court. Over the last few days, she had been refining Central Continent's Wisdom Path Dao marks. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Jioge, Destiny Song. I cultivate Wisdom Path. I control fate. Giant Sun Immortal cultivates Luck Path. He studies variables. This Destiny Song contains fate and variables. It involves Heaven Path and Human Path at the same time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences and even looked at the history of humanity and variant humans. She felt that in terms of talent, Feng Jioge was definitely in the top 10. Feng Jioge had interacted with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. He might have even helped them. Now that he is helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his actions are likely to be very helpful to his Destiny Song killer move. The pursuers of Celestial Court had failed. They could not capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest. But star constellation Immortal Venerable used all sorts of clues and deductions to deduce the truth. At this moment, inside Celestial Court, the derivation formation was still operating slowly. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals were waiting in front of the formation. The 10 children of Human Path had already left Celestial Court. Their memories had all been erased. This step was done by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. She did not erase their memories crudely. She made ingenious changes. The 10 children of Human Path would have a burst of inspiration in the following period of time. They would create related Gu recipes and so on. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person, but star constellation Immortal Venerable was even more strict in this aspect. She would deal with any living being that interacted with the derivation formation like this. This way, as long as their wisdom path attainment could not match her, no one would be able to obtain information about the derivation formation from the 10 children of Human Path. The derivation formation was too important to Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had thought of all ways to keep this a secret. Rwandan flew out of the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest immediately went up and asked in concern. Rwandan's expression soon returned to normal. He had an expression of wild joy. Amazing. This derivation formation is too amazing. I obtained close to 1,000 pill path Gu recipes, among which there are more than 100 immortal Gu recipes. I have been creating pill path killer moves for a long time, but my progress has been slow. But after going through the derivation immortal formation, I obtained more than 200 killer moves and 50 immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shaken. Rwandan was the first Gu cultivator to enter the formation. To think that his gains would be so terrifying, different from the 10 children of Human Path. Rwandan was a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. He had a long lifespan and rich experience. His foundation was extremely deep. Rwandan, you created Pill Path, but you do not know much about other paths. However, this derivation immortal formation can allow you to interact with the outstanding achievements of other paths with you as the center. After such a connection, there will be countless results derived, so the harvest is unimaginable. Feng Daki analyzed. She was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect. She was personally selected by star constellation Immortal Venerable to enter the derivation formation. Rwandan nodded, praising. Fairy Feng is right. For a brand new path like Pill Path, the first step of development is to spread it widely. After that, countless Gu cultivators will come into contact with it and cultivate. Using their different life experiences, different perspectives, and unique ways of thinking, they will accumulate Pill Path. After that, more and more people will cultivate, and geniuses will emerge. They will make breakthroughs and undergo qualitative changes, obtaining huge results. And now, the derivation immortal formation has replaced these steps. Using all sorts of outstanding Gu immortal inheritances, the geniuses of history will deduce it together with me. We will rapidly accumulate a vast amount of pill path knowledge in a short period of time. Hearing this analysis, Che Wei and the rest had heated gazes. It is my turn now. Che Wei was the second to enter the formation. Several days later, Che Wei entered the formation. His gains were as huge as Rwandan's. The immortals continued to analyze and discuss. Rwandan said, Che Wei, even though you have only created weapon path for a short period of time, far inferior to me. You are a pure human with the strongest intelligence. Your gains are almost the same as mine. If you had created your path at the same time as me, your gains would be even greater. However, Che Wei shook his head. Fellow immortals, I have a different guess about this. Any path that reaches Grandmaster attainment level will gain the ability to comprehend other paths by analogy. By then, the Gu cultivator will use their own path to imitate the specialty of other paths. For example, using fire path Gu worms to form killer moves, or water path abilities, and so on. Immortal formation derivation can also be seen as forcefully comprehending other paths by analogy. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the immortal formation can be interpreted in another way through either Rwandan's pill path or my weapon path. For example, the Iron Rod Gu recipe that I obtained is a transformation of metal path research results along with weapon path. And Skin Whip Gu is the result of combining transformation path research results with weapon path. Che Wei's words immediately deepened the immortal's understanding of immortal formation derivation. Next was Feng Daqi's turn. Feng Daqi only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendant. After she entered the formation, she only spent a day and a night before leaving. After regaining her senses, she smiled. I have obtained Painting Path research results. Next, I will refine Painting Path Immortal Gu and change it to my Vital Gu. I will cultivate Painting Path. The immortals congratulated her. Immortal formation derivation's effect was not only to help human path, pill path, and weapon path develop rapidly, it could also extract the essence of each path's research results and condense them into new paths. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave behind any Painting Path inheritance for his bloodline descendants. But through immortal formation derivation, Celestial Court could directly nurture Painting Path Gu immortals. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no meaning in talking about Gu worms being the strongest, but Gu immortals did. The nurturing, use, and refinement of Gu worms depended on one's heart. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu and the other cores to set up the Crazed Demon formation. He created the Truthful Floating Ice and tried to create Eternal Life research results, but he failed. Most of the Truthful Floating Ice was lost. The remaining Truthful Floating Ice was divided by Feng Yuan and the other 2 Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu to create the Immortal Formation derivation, allowing all paths to erupt and produce a vast number of research results. She saved a lot of time and also prevented a huge flaw from spreading too much. If Giant Sun Immortal had such a method back then, he would not have sent the Blood Sea clone to spread a vast number of blood path inheritances. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.